Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Tuesday, March the 1st. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. Thank you, William. All right, guys. So crypto, crypto's on fire this morning. For how long, who knows? But take a look at some of the crypto plays. You know, the usual suspects, Mara, Riot, etc. I've got, actually, if you just want to participate in crypto overall, BITO is the ETF, so BITO on the move here. So that is crypto. Now, on a personal note, GDRX, I did take a short on this one in the pre-market at 1867. I watched with great curiosity to see if it would take out 18. It did briefly. I got down to, I think, 1780, and then the minute it popped over 18 again, I thought, okay, let's see what it's going to do. And I actually covered most of my position around 1825. Now, I am looking to reshort this, and that was just before this big pop, in fact. So I am looking to reshort this. This is probably going to show up on my 10-day daily breakdown. It's one of those ones that's an well, this is, of course, this will be the all-time low. It's an earnings play, and it's just getting hammered. So we'll see if it's going to show up in my, I'm pretty sure it's going to show up in my 10-day daily breakdown. There are a number like that right now. These EV plays cannot get started at all. VRM is another earnings play, all-time low, which is another one that I saw. Where are you? I know there's another, Go EV, another one. These are cheaper. But again, earnings plays, basically all-time lows, just getting trashed. Lucid, not an all-time low, but another EV play, earnings play, just getting trashed. So those are the EV, some of the EV plays anyway. I guess on the upside, WKHS. Except, not anymore. Look at this. So this got all the way up to 348 and then boom, all the way down to 3. So I had added that to my list just when it was here. So I guess we have to scrap that one. Another EV play. This more than likely is going to go negative. Other things happening. So DDD is an earnings play. Triple D. So this is an earnings play. It released earnings after hours. You can see the move area right there. There's a reaction. Still holding. When I say, I don't mean I'm holding. I'm just saying the price is holding. Coming into probably resistance around that 22 area. Let's check out Stratasys, which I always think is kind of the leader in the sector. See if it's doing something similar. It's not an earnings play, but it's trying to move a little bit anyway, but certainly Triple D is the one this morning in that sector. More expensive ones, AMBA. AMBA is an earnings play. No bueno. Look at this one. Down 20%. Big float. Actually, it's not a big float. That's interesting. Only 35 million in the float. That is a very low number of shares for that price of stock. Wow, that's why it can get hammered like this. So William, I know yesterday you played EPAM. That was another one that got just hammered. Another low float for $200 stock. Maybe AMBA. I don't know if the big move. Obviously the big move is over, but will it continue to move down? AMBA. Morning, YouTubers. Target is another earnings play. Target is another earnings play. TGT, of course. Let's see, where's that 200-day? That's far enough away. It's about $10 away from the 200-day moving average. So big gap up for Target. That's a big gap up for Target. TGT. LPSN. Now, when I first looked at it, it was very low volume, so I'll have to see if it's held its gap. Yeah, actually, it's holding the gap. Volume is picking up. I think when I first saw it, it was only about 20,000 shares, but the volume is picking up. LPSN. Going to hammer down on the 24th on earnings and trying to recover somewhat. LPSN. Edit. Another one of these CRISPR stocks, Edit. A little bit of a move here, nice move, but again, pretty low volume, only 50,000 shares so far. Maybe coming into a lot of resistance around between here and 20. So this could turn into a bit of a short opportunity. Another earnings play, EHTH. I saw William trying to do a back of the envelope calculation. EHTH, I mean, another just hammered, 21%, low float, 25 million in the float, almost an all-time low. This probably will show up, well, the volume's really got to pick up, of course, but it's interesting. Yeah, the volume isn't that much, and they did release pre-market. So the volume is very, very light right now. So anything can happen. Another earnings play, Groupon. Why are they still around? Groupon. I know I say that every time I see either eBay or Groupon, but anyway, GRPN earnings play, almost at an all-time low also. Yeah, I've got CTIC on the list. Sorry, that was actually right at the top. Yeah, surges on FDA approval, so we'll have to see what happens. Got up to 336 through the 200-day moving average. It's not a super low float, 89 million in the float. So again, just have to wait and see what happens once the market opens. But yeah, it's a massive gap. It is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, so I'd be usually FDA approval. Let me see what stage. Well, we'll see. I mean, it's interesting because I mean the float is not super low, but it's not crazy high, and also a ton of volume already. So. Boy, another one. All these ones just getting killed on earnings. PUBM. Well, all the way down to $23, $24 after hours yesterday. That's when they released. Trying to recover a bit here, PUBM. Right into 3086 is the 200-day moving average, so it's kind of colliding with that, or close to it anyway. Another earnings play, HRTX. And this is another one near an all-time low, HRTX. Now, Sophie, I was noticing was gapping up. I think they released earnings after hours today. Did it hold the gap? Kind of, sort of. I mean, it popped up to 1230. I don't see any specific reason for that little surge here. I mean, they're going to be releasing after hours. Unless there's some, I'm just looking to see again if there's any specific reason. Looks like there's a ton of resistance just around 13 or so. And there is a potential buyout here, in case you're wondering about JOBS. You can see JOBS is a potential buyout. Jobs are trading higher after company announced it entered into an amended merger agreement for a going private transaction. So that is JOBS, Jobs. NRSN, that was one from yesterday. It had a nice surge at the end of the day. Yeah, I guess it's had a nice surge right at the end of the day. I wish, I was waiting all day for that, and it took until about 3:15 before it really started to move. And kind of holding, but to me, there's a lot of resistance around 3. You just look at that daily chart. The other one that was, of course, I wanted to see if this one was going to hold is the MULN from yesterday. Again, kind of holding. Had a huge day yesterday. Look at the volume in the pre-market, 41 million already. So I mean, the float is 22. Is that right? Is that right? I mean, it might be right. Let's see, 3.4 million. Yeah, I guess it could be right. That's a lot of volume pre-market. And let's see now. So I am looking to reshort this GDRX if it gets down into the low 18s. So we'll just have to wait and see. Disappointed that it didn't really continue its crash down through 18, but did okay on it. Made about, I think it was 35 cents on it. Not great, but definitely glad I got out of it before it hit that, for whatever reason. Also, some buying interest came in. And the market is, let's see, so it's trying to put in a little bit of a recovery pre-market. Okay, we were down here. I think this buy was down about 3. Now it's down at 144, but 1.44. But again, you know, you just have to wait and see how this market's going to play out. Excuse me, today. Had a little rally at the end of the day. So the NAS actually went positive. All right, let's take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades from briefing.com this morning. What are the analysts looking at? Yeah, you're right about the LCID. Was it rubber toe? No shorts available. Interactive brokers. It's really strange. As it continues down. Whoa, okay, we have a few on the upside in terms of the analyst upgrades. We got a lot more on the downside, so let me get the upgrades in right now. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Now I'm going to get the downgrades in. It's certainly a bigger list. I think VLDR is another one that released earnings. All these EV plays, wow, you just cannot really get, well, they're just not, excuse me, just ONTF. Yeah, they're just not in anybody's radar right now on the upside. All right, we've got some downgrades for ONTF. I didn't really see this one, so I'm going to have to take a look at this one. We got multiple downgrades for ONTF. I don't think I've really seen this one. Whoa, and we're getting more downgrades now for Foot Locker. I noticed that, excuse me, no, Foot Locker had a nice day yesterday, nice recovery day, but I also noticed Goldman downgraded them again, and Barclays and now Riley. So Foot Locker could be some downward pressure on Foot Locker again today, and that's FL. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com. I've got to take a look at this ONTF. ONTF. Okay, I have no idea. Let's see, who were they? Were they Baird, Blair, and Piper Sandler? For whatever reason, So this is an earnings play, February 28th. So they released earnings after hours. Really no volume yet. But this is an all-time low. Yeah, it's another one of these all-time lows. There's just no volume yet. So WKHS is not an earnings play right now. Is that what you're saying? Even though we have it pre-market? I think they've released, unless this is just some kind of a preliminary one, but this is what it says right now. All right, let's take a look. You guys are talking about Russia, of course. So we've got, there's the Russia Bull, 2 times Russia Bull. Of course, just getting hammered again, down 40%. All right, just give me a moment here, guys. A little mishap with my coffee mug. Just give me a moment. Okay, so now it is about 9:18. So this is what I do around this time every morning. Let's take a look at the sectors and see what's happening. Excuse me. Click on from our toolbar, click on New, and then Dock Channel Bar. And then we'll take a look at the major sectors and see what's happening. And okay, so energy. XLE, there's the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So what you're seeing right here is at 95%. What that means is 95% of them are above yesterday's close. Okay, the stocks that make up XLE. So again, with the tensions, energy plays still strong. Financials, super weak. Okay, super weak right now. So if you're looking at if you're looking at an energy play right now, as we speak, this can turn around. This is not necessarily the way it's going to be all day, of course, but if you're looking for an energy play, you're in the right sector. If you're looking for a financial play and you want to go long, you're in the wrong sector. Okay. And let's take a look at technology. Yeah, I mean, only 21%, and communication. So these two. So sort of the tech stocks, again, not good if you're trying to go long right now. But again, this can change very rapidly. So again, I'm just watching this GDRX. I have an alert set down just underneath 18. I want to see if it takes that out again. And if it does, I'll probably hop into that short again. This will be an all-time low. And definitely Foot Locker, guys. I mean, Foot Locker, it is a little weak right now. Not very much volume. But with 3 more downgrades on it, yeah, it had a nice day yesterday. Nice recovery day yesterday. got above the high of the previous day. What are we now, Tuesday? So that was Friday's high, 31.11. So it is now below Friday's high. And again, we're getting some downgrades again for Foot Locker, FL. These are just ideas. Did not mention this one, this CEMI. This is up. It's only up, it's 11%, not very much volume. Over $1. Can't see any specific reason why it is up. March 3rd, they release earnings. This one is just creeping in here. DRIO. Again, not very much volume yet. Dario Health, don't know them at all. Can't say that I've ever seen them before. Soars 12% on a $30 million contract. Okay, so there is some news. $30 million contract with Sanofi for digital therapeutics. All right, so there is some news for DRIO. That's probably a low float. Yeah, 14 million. Got to keep an eye on this one. This could do something crazy. Looks like there's a lot of resistance, around that 9 level, but it's only at 822 right now. So it could be interesting, this one, this DRIO. Again, there's not very much volume yet, but this is the headline. Okay, there's their headline. Well, okay, Michael, I'm not, when you've got a bunch of downgrades for something, I mean, typically, there's downward pressure. So my bias is short for Foot Locker, but I'm not telling anybody to take that trade. I'm just saying that, it is weakening again. Had earnings, of course, on Friday. It had a nice recovery day yesterday, but it's been downgraded again by 3 more analysts today. So, that's downward pressure. Again, it doesn't mean just pile into a short here, but definitely watch it. Yes, there is still, the promo code is still alive, probably at least till tonight. So if you click on my homepage link, 20%, let me just, so if you click on my homepage link, so you, Vancha, anybody else, of course, click my homepage link, and this promo code is still valid. Test drive sale for 20% off the first month or the entire year. Okay, so that promo code is still valid. My guess is until 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time, and then it'll disappear. So this is a little investment management fund or whatever. It's out of China, of course. Seeing this one, PHCF. We've seen this one before. It's a super low float, up 24%. What it does from here. I mean, just pointing these out, guys. I mean, I'm not saying, okay, this is a buy right now. We're just pointing out the ones that are moving in the pre-market. We have to wait and see, what happens once the market opens, and see if they continue or just fall apart. We don't know. We just don't know. All right, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So let's see. All right, the market's putting in just before we're opening here in about 3 minutes, 2 minutes or so. And market's putting in a little bit of a green bar. This live person, LPSN, moving. Well, I took a hard look at this VRM also to short it under an 8.5. I did not do it. It's an all-time low, again, for VRM. I don't think I mentioned Big C. I'm sorry. I definitely have this on my list as another one. Another one, Big C. It's an earnings play, and it is an all-time low. Boy, so many of these companies making all-time lows. Morning, Real. Yeah, Triple D is, I mean, you know, it's hard to find anything that's moving higher. But, you know, at least Triple D is an earnings play. It is up. But there are just so many stocks that are on earnings, approaching or at all-time lows. Well, Groupon, I sort of jokingly said I'm amazed they're still in business, but thank you, William. Yes, we have 1 minute to the open, a little less than a minute to the open. Well, let's have a great trading day, everybody. And I typically, again, don't trade. Now, my exception, again, is on the 10-day daily breakdown. I typically don't take trades before the or until after 15 minutes, but you know, I will make an exception on my 10-day daily breakdown. The GDRX is weakening again. This is the one I did take the short in the pre-market. I got in at 1867 and I covered most around that 1825 mark. And I'm looking to reshort it if it gets down underneath 18. All right, we are now opened. Just give me a moment, please. I've got something hidden. I'm trying to find where it is. Oh, there you are. It's something hidden as in a scan. All right, so on the open, so the NAS is down, Dow's down, SPY is down. IQ is an earnings play also, guys. IQ is a little earnings play. China company. All right, GDRX getting interesting. It just hit the 10-day daily breakdown. Now, I don't like taking it right at 9:30, but man, just give me a moment here. I mean, again, it's up to you guys, but there it is. There it is, right there, 1817, GDRX. Well, are we going to have an utter collapse here? An utter collapse. Yes. Oh, man. Now, again, my only exception to my rule about not taking trades in the first 15 minutes, right here, the 10-day daily breakdown. Now the other one, of course, this one was from yesterday, VTRS. This also was a fabulous one yesterday in that 10-day daily breakdown. Because it works, Senna, especially when they're near all-time lows. I don't know. I mean, if something's at a lifetime high, it's not just the 10-day daily breakdown, but I mean, especially if it's near a lifetime high or a lifetime low. I mean, something that weak, I mean, you've got to have some intestinal fortitude to step in and play a bounce on it. That's all. So the 10-day daily breakdown, it's not just a 10-day daily breakdown. Usually it's breaking down because of some news. And obviously the news is usually not good. So the news can be either earnings or literally some news, like a bio that, failed drug test or something. But that's me. I mean, certainly not. If I only had one thing to do, that's the one I'd be looking at all the time. May not get very many alerts, but to me, they just set up so well. Now, do they all work? Of course not. Now, I didn't take the VTRS, but I mean, that you could have taken that one too. It's still the GDRX though. Okay, wow, the SPY is a big surge here, guys. We're almost neutral here, almost. Just waiting here, guys, to see if it takes out 17. I'm talking about the GDRX, of course. Now, if you won't short the market or short anything, I can't help you, but I mean, these are just, I find them a lot better than the ones that are, breaking out on the 10-day daily breakout. Well, I mean, this is just, there's no, well, obviously there's no support. Why? There's no support. It's an all-time low. Doesn't mean it's going to just keep moving down forever, and in fact, right now, I have just covered some in that 1660 mark, okay? Meanwhile, VTRS, I did not take that one, but VTRS is equally as good on a percentage basis. Oops. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I am just concentrating. Wow, look at the SPY. Nice move now by the SPY. We've almost gone positive. NAS is positive. Dow's down a little. SPY is positive. Okay, so EHTH, so it had to pop down. Now I'm just going to stick an alert underneath 11 to see if it takes that out again. The alert actually happened around just underneath 11. Now, again, do they all work? Of course not. When I say work, I mean it's a watch list though. Oh boy, airlines. So let's take a look at Jets, Jets, Jets. I'm just looking at American and UAL. Now look at FCX. This is one. Wow, look at FCX, guys. Freeport, FCX. Now there's an all-time high. This is, of course, this is breaking out. All-time high, FCX. Is this an earnings play? Zeta. Zeta is not an earnings play, sorry. It's not an earnings play. But it is moving down for whatever reason. Where are they out of? Deutsche Bank. Wow, so the banks, of course, especially the European ones. Deutsche Bank, DB. And the cruisers, NCLH. So the cruisers, the airlines. Now look at this. I mean, look at American and probably I'm sure UAL is doing the same thing. And Delta, DAL, I'm sure they're all doing the same thing. So the gold miners ETF. So of course gold GDX. Here's an ETF. It is popping. How did that? Here's gold. Not it's AU. Not gold the ETF, but AU. How's that SBSW doing from yesterday? Yeah, look at this. Look at the gold plays, guys, from yesterday. Yeah, so CTIC so far, nothing really happening. I mean, it had the big pop in the pre-market on their news, but it is, man, oh man, look at American Airlines, CCL, NCLH, CCL. I'm just looking at this is on the breaking down in volume, guys. I mean, this is a super active one. You're looking for a little more action, you know, this breaking down on volume and up on volume. They're very active. All right, GDRX, maybe another leg down now. GDRX, maybe another leg down. Whew, what a morning already. Come on, GDRX. Another leg down. Yes. So I covered some at 60 from 17, just underneath that 18, and covered some at the 1660, and now one. I mean, it's obviously just making new low after an all-time low after all-time low. Very easy. Well, I did it in the, yes, it was easy. Even though it was down so much, but remember, I did this. But you know what? You're right. Now, I did it in the pre-market, made a little bit in the pre-market. There's never an issue about the uptake rule. But you're absolutely right. I had no issues shorting it, even when the market opened. Even though it was down way over 10%. And that may be because I did it very early. And, you know, there may not have been a big queue of other interested shorting parties. It's possible that was the reason. Okay, the other one of interest again is this eHealth, EHTH. The other thing is how many shares were available. Let me just do a quick look to see. I didn't even look to see. Actually, they're not a ton. I mean, there's 167,000 at Interactive Brokers for GDRX right now. Not like there are millions, but now that's typically, wow, okay, guys, eHealth is underneath 11. Well, I missed it. I missed it. Yikes. I missed it. Michael, it's one of the scans I'm sharing, okay? Yeah, the question was, how do you set up a 10-day daily breakdown in a scanner? It's one of the scans that I'm sharing. So it's already set up for you. Okay, I'm just going to put my homepage link in. And all you have to do is go to the scan section. Now, you can adjust it. But here it is. Here's right here. Click on my scan section. And here they are, the 10-day daily breakout and the 10-day daily breakdown. All right, so they're right here. Now you can adjust it. When I say adjust it, you can, you don't like the price range I'm looking at or anything else, but at least you have a template you can go by. So there it is. Just go to the scan section in my homepage. Here's another one. Here's another one that is, not quite an all-time low, but now to me it's got too much support. But YMM is another earnings play. Didn't really see it in the pre-market, but huge float. Huge float. 860 million in the float. I had no time to really pay attention to Foot Longer, but I mentioned this in the pre-market with more downgrades on it. I just didn't have any chance to pay attention to it. Another one, Corz. Not an all-time low, but it's getting close. C-O-R-Z. Another one moving down. Zeta, I mentioned Zeta before. Zeta on the way down. Now this, look at the room it's got. Wow. ZETA, look at the room it's got. And when I say that, just look left. 969 is the next low looking left, so it's got a ton of room. Yeah, I'm just not going to chase this eHealth now. I missed my entry just underneath 11. ATXI, well, it's under $1. Okay, well, you know what? I don't look at the ones under $1, but man, this is yeah, what a rip. Look at the volume. 10 million in the float, 30 million traded already, 3 times the float. There's the 200-day up here. Yeah, this. Then Oxy, boy, all day yesterday it was Oxy. All day. Look at that daily candle, okay? Basically, it was all day up for Oxy, of course, energy play. But it was more than that because it's not like all the energy stocks were doing this. I can't remember what their news was, but they did have some kind of news also. Okay, ATXI just opened, and it just opened under $1. Now, my bias is never to look at really stocks under $1, but I remember yesterday that MULN, of course, it opened over $1, then it dropped down below $1. I completely lost sight of it, and look what it did. I'm not saying that's going to happen with the ATXI, but I suppose the idea then is just stick an alert around, well, $1.04. I mean, you can see, wow, I mean, you can see right here, what's the high? $1.06. If it takes out $1.06, this could have a bit of a run. So I'm going to stick an alert there. I mean, it's already, well, in fact, did it just do it? I mean, it's already up 190%. I'm just waiting on the GDRX to see if it has any really. I mean, look, the big move obviously is probably over, but there's no reason for me to get out of my last bit yet. Now it's just making new lows. Meanwhile, Triple D could not hold. Look at this. I mean, look at this. Triple D could not hold, not even close to holding. Wow, yeah, ATXI, excuse me, just got halted again. So it is above this that level right there. Now the next high looking left is $1.32. This has this has a real MULN feel to it, doesn't it? From like yesterday. Just go to my homepage, Orb Trader. Okay, go to my homepage. I just put in the link right here. Go to my homepage. Click on the link. Go to the scan section right here. Click here. Here are all the scans I'm sharing. Okay, but you know you're looking for the 10-day daily breakdown. They're right here. It's funny. Yesterday the market was okay. Now the market is turning again. So we only had about 2 or 3 in the 10-day daily breakdown yesterday, even though the market was down. But we're getting a lot more today. In fact, we had way more daily breakouts yesterday. Interesting, but we're getting more 10-day daily breakdowns today. Do I take them all? Of course not. But I really like the ones that are near an all-time low. So FTAI, what is it doing right here? So there's probably some support around that 2170, so about $1 away. Or there could be. I mean, I'm just looking left. All right, guys, I've taken most of my GDRX out now. Okay. I was hoping it would really crash through 16. It didn't, so I've out most of my position right now. Just holding on to a little bit just in case. Now I'll move on to something else. Now the VTRS was awesome. I mean, I didn't get it, but the VTRS was awesome on a percentage move. You know, there's the alert at 1077, 1024 now. I mean, that's a great percentage move. And again, it's an all-time low. So, I mean, 10, you know, you would think 10 might hold it just psychologically. For a while, anyway. Trade of the week, Arch. What was the trigger? Yeah, the trigger was 118 or something. A little about 118. I think it hit yesterday and then it moved down and then I don't know what it closed at yesterday. 120. So yeah, so definitely the trigger was hit. All right, so I think this is is this Netherlands? I'm sorry, Norway. I should know the flags way better. So this is all to do with Russia, AQNR. Okay, gap down. They're getting out of their. But look at this, all-time high now for EQNR. But they're basically getting out of Russia. So much happening, guys, right off the bat here. So much happening. So I had just a horrible sleep last night, but you get this has definitely got me going. Another Peabody BTU, another one that was just getting hit, and now it's completely recovered after a big gap down day last week. I didn't see AXSM in the pre-market. I'm not sure why. Maybe the volume was just too low. Well, congratulations, anybody who took this ATXI. I did not take it, but ATXI, the next, if you're in this one, again, look left, 132 is the next high. Huge move. I mean, I don't even see any specific, I'm just looking at headlines here. I don't see any news on it. I mean, there's got to be something, but I just don't see any news on it. It's a crazy move. March 31st market hours, so I mean, where are they out of? So if you feel you're getting overwhelmed by too many alerts and all that, just cut down on your windows, the scans you've got, and just focus on a couple, okay? I mean, yeah, I don't take, I mean, I get a lot of alerts from different types of scans. Of course, I don't take them all. It's impossible. I try to point out opportunities. So Metals and mining and oil stocks or energy plays are just ripping here. Let's take a look at just for fun, let's take a look at the sectors right now. And I guarantee it's almost going to be 100% for energy. I'm wrong, only 81%. Okay, so, but look at Oxy. I mean, Oxy is just leading the way here. But when we last looked, technology was about 3%, so now it's 20%. So again, what these percentages are, excuse me, so XLK, probably the major technology ETF, these are the stocks that make up XLK. And when we looked about 10 minutes before the market opened, only about 3% of them were above yesterday's close. Now 20% are. You know, communications was about the same, about only 2 or 3%. Now 32% of them are. That's why I'm saying, you know, this can change in a heartbeat. You know, edit at the beginning. Look at this. I mean, edit. It's a lot of flurry of excitement for edit in the pre-market, and then once the market opened, just, you know, nothing. Nothing other than just, you know, let's sell. And, well, that's right. This VTRS, to me, the amazing thing was the move it had down, and that was an earnings play. With that float, it was an amazing percent down. I mean, this is still pretty stellar. 7% down with 1.2 in the float, 1.2 billion in the float. These are big, big percentage moves, but especially yesterday. But this is just continuing down. Remember yesterday's MULN? Bye-bye. Oh, it was shortable. Shoot, I didn't. Yeah, you know what? Yesterday, most of the day, this was not shortable for me in Interactive. There's only 4,000 shares available now. My guess is that there's probably a lot of covering that's taken place. I'm just waiting on the GDRX guys to see if there's one more leg down. I don't have very much left, but just going to see if there's one more leg down. You know what's an interesting one is this LNTH. It's probably a tough intraday trader, but LNTH had the big move on the 24th. That was earnings, and it has continued. I think they may have had some news also. I may be wrong, but they may have also had some news. This is a bio. But look at the move from earnings. This is a classic continuation on earnings. And now it's an all-time high. And it's, getting close to that 50 mark. Look at the week it had last week. So this is kind of, now look at, this is why I don't really get too excited about these crypto plays at all. They just never seem to hold their gains. So look at Riot, look at Mara. My guess is that BITO is moving down now too. BITO, yeah. Of course, this is a bank, ING, bank, big float, 3.9 billion in the float, on the way down. Okay, so GDRX to me looks like that could be it for a while anyway with these bottoming tails here. You know, the seller's been trying, but the buyers look like they're in mini control right now anyway. All right, well, I hope, guys, you took your profits on the ATXI. Now, this dropped down below $1, just like the MULN did yesterday. Let's see if it recovers, but I hope you took your profits on this one. You know, that high over here was 132. It got up to 122. So I am going to put an alert at about $1.08 just to see if it takes it out later on in the day, ATXI. See if it takes it out. Well, it just did it. Well, that was quick. Well, from 92 to $1.12, just like that. Another cheapie, GBS. We're starting to get some of these real cheap ones under $1 that are moving. Again, I don't see any specific news on it. It may be just that, you know, traders are finding these ones that are just under $1 and piling into them for really no reason. All right, well, as somewhat predicted, completely out of the GDRX right now. Those bottoming tails are big clues, guys. You know, bottoming tails are clues. No, you can if you want to auto trade your own strategy, you can do so. You have to have an Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account, but if you want to auto trade your own strategy, you can do so. You need a premium service to do that, yes, and you need an IB or E-Trade account. What I would do before you did anything like that, you can practice it in the simulator, though. Okay, so if you want to write your own strategy, you want to auto trade it, before I would do it with real money, you can, you know, just use the simulator and see how it would work. Yep, you can control everything. And if you haven't watched this video yet, the Brokerage Plus video, the second video, the link I just put in there has two videos. First one shows you how you can connect to your IB or E-Trade account. The second one goes into a lot of detail about, you know, how you can create your own strategy and set all the parameters, okay? Yeah, I see what you're saying. Real took out the two whatever you said, the 2 minute 2-minute 8 EMA. Yeah, right there. Yes. Because I was just eyeballing it. I mean, I was just looking at these bottoming tails, and that was my big clue. Now look at the SPY guys. So the SPY had a little glimmer of hope at the beginning. That maybe we're going to go all positive, all the sectors, but or with all the indices, but now we're starting to sell off again. I have another choppy day like yesterday. Yeah, it just got. Are you talking about ATXI? Yeah. So ATXI just got halted again. So GBS, if it is a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 12 seconds after 10:09. So getting close. I'll keep this up, see if it pops up over $1. All right, so this should open in about 5 seconds. Sorry, 7 seconds. Okay, 5 seconds now. 3, 4, 3, 2, 1, boom. Well, anticlimactic. It didn't open. This is what I'm talking about, guys. Usually these are 5-minute halts, so that would have been 10:14 plus 12 seconds, but I'm sorry, what am I talking about? It did resume. I just didn't move. Sorry about that. It did actually open, but it didn't do anything. That's why I didn't think it opened. All right, so ATXI just opened. Boy, you talk about action. Lots and lots and lots of action right now. Well, Triple D, I mean, just collapsing. This looks like it's going to go negative now. It's amazing. You know, after hours, released earnings, big pop up, all the way up to 21.30 or so. Now back down to 18. This is a tough trader, guys, but ATXI, I mean, it is all over the place. You've got to be really careful. I mean, this almost broke down below $1 again, but it did just make another new high. Triple D. Oh man, I mean, boy, GDRX is right back down again. Right back down. You know what? I mean, if it takes out that low, I mean, I may do it for the third time. 16, oh, let's see, 16, 1585. Stick an alert there. Absolutely, PJ. Absolutely. Well, I still trade them. You know, I do still trade them. I don't think they're going to collapse like all day long necessarily, but you know, I mean, this is one I was looking at also, the Vroom underneath 5. It's just too much happening. You know, I can't get them all, but you know, I try to point out opportunities. So some might have missed GDRX, but you know, the Vroom under 5. I mean, look at this, 383 now, under 5. IQ is running a bit here, guys. This is an earnings play from China. And what do we have here? 563. This is the next high. Looks like that. Those are the next highs looking left. Yeah, I've had to revise Real and everybody else, the way I think about taking trades right off the bat, because I do not like to do that. But the 10-day daily breakdown, it's just too tempting. Now, do they all work? Of course not. But when they're making all-time lows, that is really what I'd be concentrating on. So the 10-day daily breakdown and also making all-time lows. And again, the reason they're making a 10-day daily breakdown is got to be some news. It could be earnings, it could be just bad news. Meanwhile, I mean, I know I brought key up, but it's just so much happening. So many stocks just getting kicked here. The big three, exactly. Yeah, another one. I know I mentioned Zeta. I just, it's just, again, if you won't short, I can't help you. There's another one moving down. IP, International Paper, not an earnings play. It's just moving down. All right, how is this CTIC doing? Okay, so I don't want to forget about it exactly, but I mean, right now it's obviously not doing anything. But maybe stick an alert over 307 or so, see if it takes that out, and get it rocking again. CTIC, it did have FDA approval, got as high in the pre-market of around 330. Problem is maybe, what's the high right there? Is 328. So the high, what did it get up to? Yeah, so it basically stalled at that month high right there. Now, if it can take that out with any authority, then you look left on that monthly chart, and then you've got like 413 in this area. So are you that former employee, Roberto? All right, guys. You know what? I had not paid attention to anything from the AI right now, and it's pretty active. Nothing really happening though in terms of anything that's moving incredibly well. Interesting that wasn't this ONTX? Wasn't this ONTX? Didn't it have 3 downgrades? So you see. Oh no, it was the ONTF. How did that ONTF work out? Meanwhile, Peabody, PBTU, is now taking out, that horrible day it had 3 days ago. was as high as 1960 4 days ago, and it's challenging that. You can just see on that monthly chart, if it can ever take out 20. I mean, look at the room it's got. Well, I've sort of left this IQ alone, but man, oh man, what a run it's having. What a run. This is an earnings play from China. What a run. I mean, I saw this in the pre-market. I thought, oh yeah, whatever. But look at this. I mean, from 430 to 540, big percentage move, on the long side. All right, guys, it's 10:20 right now. So, short spiel today. First of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. It is on my, yeah, it just showed up though. Welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Live on the mic and sharing my screen. Now, the promo is still on for 20%. Probably will disappear tonight at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time, okay? So I just put in my homepage link. So you click on the link, and this is what you're going to see. You're going to see, not that. Okay, so there is the promo code you can use. Test drive sale, all in caps, for 20% off the first month only or the entire year. So if you click on Get Trade Ideas, this is how much it will cost. So apply the 20% discount. Okay, so the premium, $19.99. Of course, it's an upfront payment, but take 20% off that. So that'll get you down to about $1,600. Standard, $9.99. Take 20% off that. That gets you down to about $800. Okay. And the big difference is the AI. And I see the ONTX is, I mean, it's 174 to 180. Nothing, I mean, that could be a really interesting one from the AI. But that's the big difference, okay? Now, you don't have to take out an annual subscription. You want to go monthly, that's fine. 118, 228, you can apply that 20% discount to the first month only, all right? First month only. But if at any point you want to upgrade to an annual, we'll honor that 20%. Okay, so my advice is you don't have to hop into an annual subscription unless you know this program and you're absolutely certain you want it. You can always start off with a standard subscription and get that 20%. And you can always maintain a standard if you just want to, but just know that that's what you'll pay going forward. Okay? So, on my homepage, there are 3 free sections. The Trade of the Week, which is working out pretty well this week, it was Arch, A-R-C-H, but that's free. It gets sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do stocks of the day really now, but anyway, it's called Stock of the Day video. I do one at noon Eastern. It's free. And the education that we've got. So most of it is geared specifically to trade ideas. We've got a great user guide now. Click on that user guide. And it is segmented. So you want to find out, I don't talk as much about racing. There's too much else going on, but you want to find out more about stock races. It's a great section right here. There are a couple of videos and text. It all explains it very well. And also, you don't want to know about alert windows and top list windows, price alerts. Everything is here. And also, click on the full table of contents, which is sortable. Probably, though, if I were just starting out, I would look at the 20 introductory lessons. These are all the basic features covered very quickly. What is a top list, build a top list, alert windows, etc. All the way down to Brokerage Plus and the AI that we nickname Holly. Now, today is Tuesday, so in our YouTube room at noon, between 12 and 1, if you want a lot more information about Brokerage Plus and maybe automating your own strategies and things like that, Michael Noss is your man, okay? He will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. That's when I take my break. So you can save up all your Brokers Plus type questions and maybe automation, okay, for Michael. He'll be there. He's there every Tuesday between 12 and 1. And now typically Chris Varley from 3:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday, is in our YouTube room. He takes over. He may not be able to do it today, so I'll let you guys know later on. Daily webinars, so you can sign up for them all here. And back to basic. Michael put this together. If you're new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at this, okay? It starts off with what is a stock? So those are the free sections. And then, of course, if you want to have access to all my scans that I'm sharing, you have to be a subscriber. So here are the scans that I'm sharing. You can take a look at them right here, okay? So a lot of information in these two sections. Save my link, then you can look at this anytime you want. All right, there's the ATXI leading the race here. I don't know why. I'm not sure why, but all right, things have settled down a little bit for me now. You know, keep an eye on that LNTH. I mean, that LNTH is super strong after earnings, and I think maybe they also had some news. It's a bio, challenging 50. How strong has this been since earnings? You know, that would have been an excellent swing if you were so inclined. Boy, Oxy is still strong, guys. I mean, what a day it had yesterday. And Oxy is still strong. OXY. There's the Russian ERUS. Still moving down here. ERUS. The Russian ETF. All right, so what is Trade Ideas? What we are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can have trade ideas. You can use trade ideas. So in my homepage, you notice I am sharing a lot of scans, but of course, if you want to build your own scans, you can do so. So here's an example, it's basic new highs. So now this is the format virtually for all of the alert windows and top list windows. You right click, configure, summary. And that'll tell you what it's looking for. So when you build your own scans, you always start off with some filters. So in this particular case, these are the filters I'm using. If a stock is between 1 and 20, current volume is at least 8, trading at least 8 times normal up to this point of the day, and the rest of them, okay? I'm just showing you the concept. So if stocks meet these filter requirements and it makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why I see these stocks here. Of course, these were the ones making new lows, okay, with these same sort of filters. Obviously, instead, the price was down 5% from the open. Okay, so now, the good news, no programming language to learn. If you right-click, configure, search, these are all of the alerts that we have. I'm going to scroll down, and when it comes to these icons, these are the filters that we have. You don't have to learn them all. People get very hung up on the fact that we've got all these alerts and filters and think, I can't learn them all. Well, you don't have to. Why we have them? Well, because number one, there's no programming language to learn. So if we're not going to have to learn a programming language, then we had to create a lot of different alerts and filters so that for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they want to build their own scan, okay? So do not get hung up on all of the alerts and filters that we have. So again, that's if you want to build your own scans. We also have a lot of scans that we have built here. If you click on from our toolbar, click on new, and then dock channel bar. These are all theme-based channels. So if I click on the momentum channel as an example, this is a layout, okay? Complete with the racing and all that. A lot of people love this momentum, okay? Look at this. So just mentioning this one before. So obviously, you know, the way I use the AI is, you know, I just sort on the aggressive profit percent column, and I want to follow the ones that are moving for the day. I don't care about these ones down here, you know, because I'm not auto trading. I don't take every trade. Okay, and I just I tend to concentrate on the ones under 30. Under 20. That's just me though. There's no right or wrong way to use the AI. So here's a momentum scan. All right, and again, all you have to do is right click, configure summary. Right click, configure summary. It's going to tell you what it's looking for. If you like this the way it is, and just like my scans, you know, if you like it the way it is, then you just save it to the cloud. But of course, if you don't like this price range, you can always change it. You know, if you don't like between 1 and 50, maybe you want between 10 and 100. I'm going to click on summary, see how it's changed. Maybe you want a different minimum volume. You know, you can tweak them if you want. Or you can take them as they are. And when I say take them, if you like this particular scan and you want to make it part of your layout, then all you have to do is right click, duplicate into free floating window. When you do that, here it is. It popped in another monitor. Now all you have to do is right click and save or share to cloud and save it to the cloud. I'm not going to do it because, you know, I've done it many times, so it's already there. Then all you have to do then, the concept, all I'm trying to do right now is the concept of going to the different channels, maybe extracting scans that you might like, and then you bring them back one at a time, file, load from cloud, and if you save them, you'll see them. You just click on it, load, click on load, click on load. In that fashion, you can build your own layout without actually having to build any scan from scratch, if that's what you want to do, okay? And once you do it a few times, you know, it becomes second nature. So again, if you don't want to build your own scans, you can take a look at mine. You can take a look at all the scans that we have in our channels. Something's grunting at me. I have HR. Well, HR yesterday, yeah, I sort of shied away from it. And it showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown yesterday also. guys. Sorry, I mean, I'm just internal discussion taking place here. Hi, Lori. On your iPad, the idea of surfing stays paused. Well, so I'm assuming surfing is available. You're using our web-based version, right? I'm assuming surfing is available. I haven't looked at our web-based version in a long time. But this, if the option is there, this is just a toggle on and off. Let me just what I want to do. I just want to load. I haven't looked at the web-based version in a long time. Okay, so there it is. So there's the toggle. So now it's surfing. So if it's not doing it on your iPad, I have no idea. I have no idea why it wouldn't be. Okay, no idea. Um, you might have to go to our tech, like not me. I'm not tech support for something like that. But yeah, I mean there it is, and it's just a toggle on and off. So are you saying that when you do that, now remember when you click on an alert, this is in general too. When you click on any symbol, that'll stop the surfing. Number one. If you hover over a chart, that'll pause the surfing. But certainly if you click on an alert, that'll stop it. So I'm not sure how to help you. If you click on this toggle and you start surfing, and if it's not, I don't know how to help you. You're going to have to go to, okay, but do you have, okay, the surfing only, do you have some top lists? You have to have some top lists. It only surfs the top list windows, okay? Maybe that's it. So if you're trying to surf on something that doesn't have a top list window, because that's what it's doing. So I'm just looking here. I mean, it is surfing. It went to CPE. Now it should go to CWH. Just looking at our web-based version. Shouldn't be any different on an iPad, but I don't. It's possible. Well, even if it's disabled, okay, you can override that just by the disabling is just that you don't want it when you load something, when you load trade ideas, it's not automatic. That's all. I mean, you're right. You can disable it, but that's only on loading it. I mean, this is just a toggle on and off that you can control. So yeah, Lori. Maybe there's something with an iPad that is. I really have no answer for you on that one. But if you go to our homepage and start a discussion, maybe somebody can help you. All right, what is the market doing now? So the market is actually just kind of flattening out, all right? There's not much happening on the SPY. It's just kind of flattening out, trying to figure out a direction. NASDAQ is down just a little. Dow is down. SPY is down. Boy, here's another one, guys. I mean, I just can't follow them all, but You know, I mean, if I had one other scan to really for me concentrating on, especially during earnings season, would be the gap continuation or reverse. Okay, that's the one as well, of course, as my favorite. But understanding that a lot of these are because of earnings. You know, I mean, GDRX, EHTH, VRM, a lot of these are showing up because of earnings and bad. When we get out of earnings season, and let me just do a quick check. Just to give you an idea about what I'm talking about. So this week we've got over 500 companies still releasing earnings. 500 companies, you know, so we're still in earnings season. You know, you're not going to see the Apples and the Microsofts and all the big guys, but I don't, quite frankly, pardon my French, I don't give a rip about that. The ones I want to see are these ones that kind of fly under the radar, and then they have earnings, and look at the moves you can get. Okay, next week though, let me just do a quick check. Yeah, so next week we've got 200. I mean, still not bad, but you know, 500 this week, 200 next week, and after that it'll really dwindle. Man, look at the banks. Yeah, XLF, somebody, I think Pavlin, I know that you. The banks, XLF, there's the sector for the banks, or the ETF, I should say. No, okay, now we're getting another breakdown on the SPY. Whew. Let's do a check. Does it have shorts? And the answer is many, many, many shorts. Yes, John. Many shorts. 6.7 million shorts available for IQ. What a run it's had, though. VTRS, this was actually, what sort of a pull-up did it have? Not that much. I mean, GDRX has actually pulled up quite a bit. GDRX has actually pulled up quite a bit. It's over 17 now. It looks like, I mean, this could have a little run in it now. Hold 17, get some volume. It could pop. I mean, it's obviously got a ton of room. Or it could drop like just like it did. Whoa, I lost sight of Triple D. I wanted to short that one. I wanted to short that one underneath 18, and I lost sight of it. Now it's negative. Remember, I was just saying, I mean, to me, this is going negative after being up a lot in the pre-market and after hours. And now it's gone negative. Okay, so these have turned ugly, the GBS and probably the AXTI. Let's take a look at the AXTI. Oh, a TXI probably turned ugly. You know what? This is still This is still interesting. I mean, it is basing a huge amount, just over $1. So what I'd be doing is maybe setting an alert, you know, maybe around $1.11 or so for ATXI. And if it breaks out on volume, always on volume, okay? And it's not the amount, it's in relation to previous volume bars. You need something that's really standing out. Okay, so Ashok, I'll give you a video, a link to a video. I haven't gone over Brokers Plus at all. Guess I'll go over it now. So if you look at this video, okay, sorry, the link has 2 videos in it. And the short video shows you how you can link your E-Trade account or your IB account to Brokers Plus if that's what you want to do, okay? And then you can trade, you can trade from within Trade Ideas if you have an IB or E-Trade account. If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means that this feature, this option is not available to you. That's all it means. Now the other main, I'll start to do it right now. The other main reason I demonstrate this is as a simulator. So again, if you're new to trading, please practice trading first before you commit money to the market. You can use our simulator. It uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. You don't even need a broker. If you're still unsure about who you want as a broker, but you want to practice trading, you can do so. You only need our standard service. You don't need our premium service to do this. You can practice trading. Very simple to do. You just click on an alert. The symbol will show up. You pick how many shares you want to trade, the price you want to get in at. If you're going to go long, you buy it. If you want to short it, you sell it. It's that simple. So please practice trading before you commit money to the market. If you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money when you connect to your broker, okay? That's a sad reality. Now, if you can make money in the simulator, that's still no guarantee you'll make money once you're connected to your broker. Because then all of a sudden, it becomes very emotional. Any discipline that you manage to, any discipline and your trading plan that you've managed to master in the simulator, sometimes, and many, many times when you first start trading, that gets all forgotten, unfortunately. So this one is, okay, my guess is that, no, actually it would not show up in the 10-day daily breakdown, the PubM. Interesting. It would not show up, of course, because it would have to break down under here. But PubM is an earnings play. So Susan, even though we didn't have exactly what you were looking for yesterday, it doesn't matter, does it? You're looking for the pullbacks to the 8 EMA and all that. Well, it had a pullback, but you were looking for EMAs, 8 EMAs, and things like that. Okay, good. Not the EMA. We don't have EMAs. No, we don't. We have EMAs on the charts. You can add them on the charts, but we do not have. Yeah, we have SMA. We don't have EMAs. So no, we don't, in caps. Man, this VTRS, I mean, it is now right at 10. That was arguably better than the GDRX because of the percentage move, and it didn't pull up that much. So you could have kept in that short a lot easier than the GDRX. And that's so easy to create, you know, the oversold. If you believe that, you know, something that has a very low RSI is oversold, yeah, it's so easy to create a scan like that. Susan, I may have to, how can I use you as a testimonial? You don't have to give us your last name or anything like that, but okay. Thank you. Just give me a moment, please. All right, guys, give me a moment, please. I'm just having to answer some stuff internally, okay? Just give me a moment. Okay. Tony, yes, you can. Sorry, I'm answering somebody in our YouTube room. Just go to the home page. I'm going to give you our home page link, okay? And just indicate what you want to do. You want to go from a monthly to an annual. And give them your email address so they can look up your account, okay? And then they'll do that for you, all right? All right, guys, there's the ATXI. Just give me a moment here. I cannot explain why, Bobs. Okay, I cannot explain why. Okay, I don't, I just can't explain why some, you go to another site and it looks different from ours. I really can't explain it. Okay, I do not use the MACD crossing, so I've never noticed anything like that. So the only thing I can suggest you do is go to our home page and ask the question. Oops, that's not that. That's just a link. Just give me a moment, okay? Okay, just go to our homepage and you can ask that question. Maybe somebody will have an explanation. I don't. All right, here's another one that I've just been watching cascading its way down. Another earnings play, IGT. Wow. Okay, interesting. So the AI wanted to do a short for CTIC, and there are shorts becoming available. I'm just looking at the AI right now. And this looks like, I mean, man, oh man, this looks like it could. Interesting. I didn't get a fill. I tried to short it and I went right into the bid. It's not down 10%, but they wouldn't fill me. And there are 14,000 shares, so interesting. They wouldn't give me an instant fill, which always gives me pause. Yeah, Mr. Spy is not liking what's happening. So yeah, the Dow's down, Nas is down, Spy's down. Nas is down not that much, but CTIC. I went right in at the bid. And I sat it there for about, I don't know, 5 seconds. Didn't get that instant fill, so I thought, Yeah, it says there are 15,000 shares available, so. So even though there were shares available, in theory, it wouldn't, you couldn't get them. Oh, okay. Interesting. Now this could be an interesting short, guys. I mean, this is starting to base a little. Well, actually, it's already dropped. 577 down to 554. There are a ton of shit. Now I know there are a ton of shares at IB for that one, 6.5 million. Oh, IGT just getting shellacked. Yeah, you know, I mean, from Zach's topping plays now. I mean, with the market doing what it's doing, what's silver? What's silver doing? Topping plays should start to work. You know, with the market, with what it's doing now, it's having a little bit of a. This is a tough market right now. I mean, tough in that it is. You know, there's not a super definable trend. I mean, you could say the trend is down, of course, but you know, it's a little bit choppy right now. It's just kind of like yesterday. Yeah, look at Riot. I mean, and what's Bitcoin doing right now? BITO still up, but Riot is down. I bet you Marit is down now. Yeah, so Marit is slightly positive. Oh man, look at VRM. Yeah, with the volume drying up with IQ, I just feel I've missed it. You know, I would have liked to have got it, you know, more in the high 570s or even the low 570s. But you're right. I mean, the longer it holds here and the volume is now starting to dwindle, and that's usually your sign, at least temporarily anyway, that the enthusiasm for this is drying up. Now, why don't we do it in the simulator? Okay, let's just do it in the simulator. And so I am going to do 500 shares. I'm going to short it at the market. Yeah, 551. It probably comes in around 551. 550. Okay, so I'm going to put a stop. I'm going to show you why. And that stop actually wouldn't be the worst stop at 570. You know, right up here, you can kind of see the highs right there. And you'll see it says minus 102, all right, which is approximately 100. So just very briefly about money management and all that. So if you're going to start practicing trading, the way I trade anyway is that, not all trades are going to work. And so you should have some kind of a checklist, number one, that you have to check every single box before you take a trade. Now, again, you shouldn't have 100 things that have to happen before you take a trade, or you'll never take any trade. Now, somebody asked me yesterday, well, what is my checklist? Well, again, I have a certain style of trading, of course, but most of the things are already answered in my scan. In other words, I'm never going to see anything outside of the price range that I want. I'm never going to see anything that doesn't have at least the minimum volume that I'm looking for, the minimum relative volume that I'm looking for, etc. Okay? So a lot of the things I've already checked, I can already check in my scan. And then when I click on an alert, now the next thing I'm doing, of course, is always looking left, because most of the time the things that I'm looking at are already at an all-time, not an all-time low, at the low of the day or the high of the day. So, if I'm going to go long and something at the high of the day, then I'm going to check left to see, okay, where's the next high that I can see on a daily chart or a weekly chart or a monthly chart? Because I want to make sure that a stock still has some room to go before it hits any of those highs. And then, now it's also the pattern, because like, for instance, if this were straight up, and I see this after, 10, 15 minute candles straight up, of course, I'm not going to take the trade, even if it has lots of room, because I'll think to myself, well, it's probably a little extended. So now what I'll do is I'll see if it bases a bit, and then if it takes out, I'll put maybe a price alert and see if it takes out that price alert after it's based a bit, and does it on volume. So once I do that, I get into the trade, but even though everything is satisfied, as far as my checklist is concerned, it doesn't mean that the trade's going to work. So I have to have a price I'm getting out of the trade. It's that simple. That's my stop. So I'm just demonstrating the stop. I put it 20 cents away to make this math easy, because that's the next concept, is if you agree that you should have a price you should get out of the trade at, if it's not working, good. Next step, how much you're going to risk on the trade in terms of a dollar amount. If you have a $5,000 account, you probably shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I'm always risking, for demonstration purposes, $100 a trade. That's why it says minus 102. Because now, why did I take 500 shares? Because that's the other aspect. I'm not always taking the same number of shares per trade. How many shares I take will be dictated by the difference between my entry and my stop. In this case, it's 20 cents. If I'm risking $100 on the trade, then I divide 20 cents into $100. I get 500. I just wanted to make the math super simple. Okay? And then, of course, the next trick is to obey your stop. A lot of times it's really hard, now this is a short, okay? So obviously I'm hoping the price goes down like it's doing now. But, sometimes it's really hard to obey your stop, because you get into a trade and you think it is perfect. You've been able to, of course, check every box. But more than that, maybe there's bad news or great news if you're going long. Great earnings result, great this, great that, great looking setup. They still don't necessarily work, but sometimes it's really hard. You get stubborn and you don't want to obey your stop. So what happens, you don't obey your stop, so that $100 manageable loss starts turning into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally get out, and you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. That's scenario number one. Scenario number two is almost worse. You don't obey your stop, you're down $200, $300, $400, and then it does turn around, and now you're up $200, $300, and you start saying, wow, I'm so glad I didn't obey my stop. Of course that can happen. Of course it can happen. All right? But from my experience, not obeying your stop is just about the worst thing you can do. Okay? If you want to remain, you don't want to blow up your account. Of course things are going to turn around, and you can pat yourself on the back and say, yeah, I didn't obey my stop, and I'm so glad I didn't. So the next time, of course, I won't obey my stop. and then it doesn't bounce. So anyway, practice, practice, practice. I mean, we've got the simulator here. Just practice. And if you want to practice shorting, just to see, the mechanics of it, just click that big sell button. All you're doing on shorting is you're hoping the price goes down. That's all it is. I have an entry at 550. At one point when I want to get out of the trade. So when you start to short, you sell. When I want to get out of the trade, I buy it. It's that simple. If you go long a trade, if you go long something, you buy it, and then, eventually, even if it's for a loss or for a profit, you sell it. It's just the reverse. The only difference is, your broker has to have shorts available. That's one aspect. But I mean, just the mechanics of doing it. I know people are so afraid of shorting. Well, looking left makes so much sense especially if you're a momentum trader, and you're looking for stocks making new highs or new lows. But even looking left, even if it's a pullback, I mean, you can say to yourself, okay, where's the high of the day? That's looking left. Where could it go to? And before it stops. Now, I just want to show you, these are hotkeys, okay? So I can get out of a trade by just highlighting the trade, and then I can flatten it, okay? And that'll get me out of the trade. Okay, so it took me out of the trade, so with a $57 profit, okay? That's telling me right here. The max I could have done when I was in the trade was $62, okay? Now, the distance from the exit price, now this will be a bit of a misnomer because, of course, when I'm shorting, what I want to see if I shorted something is I want to see, of course, the price above where I got out. If you're going long, all I'm really trying to show you, I back up. Today's profit, max P&L, and distance from the exit price, okay? Taking a trade, okay, maybe you've got that set, but of course, how do you manage your exits? Because that's obviously very important. And that's only going to come with some practice. What you don't want to see, for instance, if I had that max P&L at $500 and I allow it to get all the way, and when I finally exit the trade, I'm only up, say, $57. So obviously that would not be a well-managed trade. So you can practice your exits just by, keeping an eye on your max P&L, your today's profit. Then afterwards, the distance from the exit price is going to show you, okay, I got out of this trade. Where is it? What's the price now from when I got out of the trade? So if you went long something, you bought something and then you exited, what you'd want to see is a big negative number, because that would mean, wow, okay, great. That was a great exit. It's way underneath now where I exited, which is great, right? If you went long. So practice, practice, practice. Something easier, well, it's a pretty big one. I don't know how I can change it, Bob. I can make it even bigger, but then I get complaints it's too big, so I'm not sure what I can do. It's really big on my screen. I can't win sometimes, Is it the color or is it just the size? Well, let's see. I can always, the size, I had complaints. I had it huge before, and I had a lot of complaints about it being too big. So let's just see. I can change the color easily, but, we got this. We got this. We got this, maybe yellow, I don't know. And as far as the size is concerned, I mean, I can get it this big. That's about as big as I can go. But of course, this is yellow here, but I don't know. Does yellow stand out more, guys? You can do a vote. It's hard to satisfy everybody, Bob. That's the problem. So yellow. So this is what I had, and I had this purple. Maybe this, you know, this is not quite yellow, so if I'm pointing here, it may not blend in. I'll leave it like that for a while. All right, guys, what time is it now? 11:17. So things have settled down quite a bit for me on the scans I'm getting, or the alerts I'm getting. All right, guys, sorry about that. I'm just looking at some other scans here. See if there's any, well, there's a bit of a bounce play for VRM. What's the market doing now? So the market is just kind of chopping a bit. What I'd love to see is a nice run. You know, maybe give us an hour of straight up. Give us some nice bounce plays, perhaps. Another earnings play, guys, just getting trashed here. KD, another all-time low. KD, all-time low. Not showing up in my 10-day daily breakdown because the relative volume is only 3.5. I have a pretty tough filter. It's got to be 8. Doesn't mean that we can't look at it, though. I mean, it's because now it takes out 14. Who's going to, like, what is going to prop this up? I'm going to stick an alert down here, 1383. Yeah, I don't have I guess my favorite bounce scan, I guess the one from Zach. I mean, I don't play bounces that much, but, you know, the one that I'm sharing, bounce plays from Zach, you know, when I have time to look at it. And that's one of the scans I'm sharing. But I'm not a big bounce player. Just type in Qs. 3 Qs, okay? Elbow. Somebody mentioned that one in the pre-market, I think. Yeah, as I recall, it had no volume at all. Yeah, because it you know, it had, well, I think it had like a 27, maybe 100 shares or something. Is that the pre-market still? Let me just, it's the problem with my big pointer here. It's hard for me to zero in. Yeah, that's 9:15. So there was there was only a little action, but hardly any. And then, yeah, once the market opened, it just collapsed. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. This is just, this pointer is just, it's too big for me. So, and I'm not sure about the color. Maybe the yellow. I don't know. Yeah, you know, I'm trying to trade too, and you know, when I'm getting into my order entry, it's just not as fine. It's a little harder to do. So, sort of compromise. Yep, back to yeah, sell every pop, guys. Not everyone, but I mean, look at the market though. The market just does not want to move higher right now anyway. So this got, this is an IPO, I guess. No, I didn't even see this one. Zim, Zim, Zimv, ZIMV, bravely opening. Okay, so this is not quite an IPO. So they've separated from Zimmer Biomet. So I guess they started trading as ZimV. How's Foot Locker doing? Yeah, I mean, this one, guys, don't lose sight of it. I mean, I would just put a price alert for the ATXI. I think it might have actually triggered it, so, but it didn't obviously move. But later on, you never know. Later on, this is basing beautifully over a dollar. ATXI. XLE cut in half, or XLE, Phil? I don't know what you mean by that. XLE cut in half. Or did you mean XLF? Oh, I see what you mean. You mean 50-50. Oh, I see what you mean. 50-50. I gotcha. All right, guys. Well, I'm just kind of biding my time now. Time is it? It's 11:25. So in about half an hour, I'll be taking my break. Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Boy, look at PubM. I mean, this still has room. Look left on the daily, and 23. I mean, it still has room. You know, I wouldn't chase it down, but boy, if it ever sort of bases a bit, like right here, kind of based a bit on the 5 minute, 26.20. You could have taken it right around here. But I mean, just look left. I mean, the next low looking left where it could stall is still 23. So there's, you know, a dollar, 262 away. Yeah, I haven't even looked. I'm sorry, I haven't even had a chance to look at my watch list to see what's happening on this watch list. My guess is that most of the ones that are up, except maybe for the SBSW, because this is a gold play. But again, it's a watch list, so it's something that can be watched all day long. Play around the alerts. Meanwhile, ING just, wow. Not an all-time low, but boy, oh boy, ING, of course, out of the Netherlands. All right, so this ZIMV, I have no information on it. Where are they out of? Is this out of, is this out of China? The reason I say that is in the IB headline, there's a lot of Chinese script. So, yeah, so announced at $34 a share, so it is underneath that. Where did it come out? Where did it come out at? So a little bit over the 34. Yeah, NFE is actually on the 10-day daily breakout, and it is an earnings play, you know, and it's through the 200-day. So obviously the right sector, you know. So you're going to play a 10-day daily breakout as opposed to the breakdowns, you know. You're at least you're in the right sector. Yeah, nicely done, John, on the IQ. I did not take this in my real account. I just demonstrated it in the simulator. So at this point, you see the exit. I'm just trying to show you though. See the distance from the exit price now. It's 19 cents under. Now, if I'd gone long, yeah, that'd be great. But remember, I was short. So I would want to see a positive number. So at this point, you know, that would not be necessarily a great exit. But again, I'm just demonstrating the use of the simulator and how you can keep track of these three columns to show you, well, how good are my exits? Boy, between Deutsche Bank and ING, no, there. Okay, guys, there's the ATXI. Now, did it happen on volume? See, not really. You know, it's not like a big. Look at the 2 minute. Okay, do you see? Like you need something like this, something that really differentiates it, to see if it can really pop it through and get some enthusiasm. I mean, 132 million. So this is, what's that? About 13 times the float it's traded. Anybody who was in this one, my goodness, yesterday at 24 cents. Still don't see any news on it. There's got to be some news. It's almost like this was a reverse split, but make sure it wasn't a reverse split. RMAD, I know you mentioned that one earlier. RMAD, no, another Another one of these ones under a dollar. They're starting to get some traction here. You know, these ones under a dollar, which I rarely look at. But yeah, look at the break here. But a lot of, I'll be interested later, but okay, you see, you know, so yes, it did trigger the price alert for me, the ATXI, but again, there's no volume. One of the big problems traders can have, you know, they'll think something is broken out of consolidation, and like what I would call a false breakout. And yeah, it breaks out of consolidation, but if you look at if you have to look at the volume to see, you know, did it break out on any sort of volume? If it doesn't break out on volume, now listen, it doesn't mean that it won't keep going even if the volume doesn't look great, but you need some enthusiasm. I always call it like buyer enthusiasm, you know, and that usually is, you know, dictated by how much volume is coming in. I mean, it seems like an obvious statement, but I see so many people, they'll take a trade because they think it's broken out of consolidation, and then they lose on the trade because it falls right back because there's no volume. So I guess I'll ask the question. I'm going to look at IQ right here. Why did you get out? I'm looking right here, you know, even on a 2-minute chart. Why did you get out? I mean, remember, I got out because I was demonstrating in the simulator, but I mean, to me, there was really no exit. Okay, so why did you take out everything then? Why wouldn't you just, I agree 100% to locking in some profit. Why wouldn't you maybe just sell half or a third or some percentage just to lock in the profit? Okay, just, you know, just, this is not, I'm not criticizing you. It's just a discussion. But listen, it's hard, John. It's hard. I mean, you know, especially when you got some profit, and what you don't want to happen, of course, is you get some giant, you know, you're short some giant green candle all of a sudden. So I completely understand. But look at this market. My goodness. Let's take a look at the SPY on a weekly chart to see where we are. Yeah, so better on a monthly chart. So, I mean, we're still, you know, it looks dire, but I mean, we're still, you know, above that area. I mean, this would be, you know, we start getting down into, remember the pandemic. I mean, this is pandemic territory 2 years ago. And then look at the rally. Rally. I mean, that's that was a knock your socks off rally all for 2 years. All right, guys, KD. Yeah, they won't fill me. Okay, I got a fill. Okay, well, I'll put a 14 stop on, see if this is not the 10-day daily breakdown, but because it's well, it would be. Of course, it is a 10-day daily breakdown, but the relative volume is not, so it wouldn't show up in that scan, but they don't all have to show up in the scan. Again, this is an all-time low now. KD, all-time low. So I got in at you filled me at 1383 on the KD. Now, when I say 14, that's the worst I want to do. I mean, if it starts moving, I'll probably get out into the 90s, but that's the worst I want to do on the trade. Now, I'm going to be taking my break pretty soon, so I'm not going to be hanging around too long, even if it's, on the KD, because I do want to take a break. Meanwhile, look at Big C, guys. Big C, BIGC. And it had a little pull up, big gap down on earnings after hours, a little bit of a pull up, and now look at the market. Wow, okay, KD. Well, move down a little bit more, then I'll get out of you. Tough to go long anything right now, guys. I mean, look at this market. I'm not saying there's nothing that you can't go long on, but man, oh man, it is tough. Yeah, because you're talking about a stock that, of course, IQ is still up for the day, I think, right? Yeah, still up a lot for the day. It is an earnings play, so it is very different from shorting something that is just a catastrophic failure. This is not a failure. This is a topping short, and taking advantage of the fact that the market is just so not in love with holding anything long right now. But you're right. I mean, it's still a strong stock in theory because it's up 25%. Earnings, reaction was good. It could stall at any time. To me, it's a lot easier to short something that is, just got a catastrophic failure and just keeps moving down with no support. ERUS. Wow, wow, wow. What a short a few days ago. $40 to 14. Wow. All right, guys, I've covered my KD because I'm going to be taking my break soon and I just want to lock in everything. So I've covered the KD. I mean, it could keep moving down, but Yeah, obviously all-time lows, or when you look left, there's just a massive amount of room underneath. But there's no question. If I see something, and that's why we do the work in the pre-market, guys. I mean, if you want to get prepared for the day, do some pre-market work. And the GDRX obviously was showing up in the pre-market right here. You can see it was a massive gap down from 28 to 18. It's a huge gap down. Happened after hours yesterday, but just kept, so we know already, if you do your pre-market work, that this is a potential. And again, what I do, I use these these four, the gap up, especially these. If I just wanted to use two, it's the pre-market actives up and down. I've been using this for years and years and years for my pre-market work. You can use the gap up and down also, but this is really the key one, or the key two. And of course, I'm sharing them. All right, now this is something I never do, but it's the Lehman, they still call it Lehman? Lehman Brothers? Really? The ultra short Lehman 20-year Treasury breaking down through a 200-day moving average. I guess that is significant. That is TBT. All right, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys. KD is still working. I'm not in it. I'm not in it anymore. But I mean, what's going to hold this up? I'm just not in it because, I'll be taking my break really soon, and I just wanted to get a quick one, get in and out. Look at the market. Wow, 45 minutes now. Then I'm hearing RUSL, ERUS. This is one that caught my eye also earlier. This STLA. It had earnings on the 23rd. Is this the 23rd? That's the 23rd. So it actually popped up on earnings. Yeah, pre-market. Okay, so that was the reaction, but it did sell off a little bit, and then a day later, boom, there might have been the overall market. But look at this now, STLA underneath that whole number 17, and when you look left, what do we see here? So 1694. So it's at 1692. That is a low there, and then after that, 1654. So there's not a ton of room underneath. I mean, it could still keep moving down, obviously, but I see that would prevent me from taking the short. I mean, it could still move down, but that would prevent me from taking that short because I'm looking left and I'm seeing, well, it could stall not that far away. So one of the things on my checklist. Now, does that mean it's not going to keep moving down and just crash right through that? I don't know, but it just means that it's I cannot check every single box. All right, I do want to make sure it is Michael. I'm pretty sure it's going to be Michael Noss in our YouTube room. When I do take my break, I just want to ping him and make sure it is him. Yeah, I mean, I know what you're looking at. Maybe a bounce off $1, but that is a massive. I mean, that's just a big sell-off too. Wow, it's a big. Look at the volume. So yesterday, yeah, I keep asking for this, but I'd like to know what that volume is. But just based on this, it was probably over 500 million yesterday. Just looking at these volume bars. Oh, I know what I can do. 631 million shares yesterday for MULN. Wow. So only 261 million so far today. Boy, this another one that just keeps Well, the kid keeps moving, guys. The kid keeps moving. KD, and another one that I'm hearing is Zeta. Oh, brother. Well, I know people, some are following this Indo. INDO is putting a little bit of a move in here. Again, be careful, only 1.5 million in the float. Energy play, energy play. Of course, no reason for it to ever have been up here, but it is an energy play. Look how, wow, look at that 15-minute or a 5-minute chart. Nothing is safe. Even the NFE, even though it's an energy play, earnings, but it is now falling. So I mean, Zach's topping scan, especially if it's not an energy play, even if it is, but that topping scan, you get something that is just, you know, in some kind of a sector that is not energy. I'd be all over this. I mean, look at this. I mean, look at the FUV. 627 now. Well, this actually was a reversal. This was a gap down. EHTH was actually a gap down and reversal. Interesting, you know, in the face of the market, but a gap down and reversal. Not too many of those today. Well, guys, I mean, look at this. I mean, you know, stocks making lifetime lows. I mean, there was no golden scan, all right? But I mean, these stocks that are making all-time lows, especially if it's on, you know, earnings or some bad news. I mean, the whole idea is when is anybody going to step in and buy? I mean, will it happen eventually? Of course, but look at this one. I mean, this has been beautiful. I mean, there's only one little pause here, a little pause there. This is interesting. This is actually shortable for me. Very few. ZimV, even though it's a new issue for today. Not an IPO, but kind of some kind of a spin-off. Only 1,000 shares, but yeah, wheat, WEAT. This has been well, it's been choppy. I mean, come on. I mean, you're right. It's good today, but boy, that was a pretty big pullback. Well, we're into indiscriminate selling mode right now. I don't think there's really, other than maybe energy, but even, let's take a look at that sector. Because the last time, I think, was it Phil said that it was 50-50. Yeah, so it's 50-50. So you can't even say that, well, just pile into energy. It's 50-50. All right, guys. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put the YouTube link in. You can head over there. Michael has not. I can't imagine it's not him, but if somebody will be there. So if you want a lot more information about using Brokerage Plus or automating your own strategies, things like that, Michael is way more of a backtester than I am. I don't backtest anything. The reason being is that it takes a lot of time to do it. I just don't have that time. So there is the YouTube link. And again, I'm just waiting for another 3 minutes or so for Michael to show up. Or somebody. No, I didn't even notice this. So Zeta actually was an AI alert too. At night 10:94, you can see there was the alert at 10:94. Early, it's about an hour and a half ago. Did not get stopped out. Big wide stop at 12:10. All right. Will this low hold XLF? So 3 days ago, the low was 36.80. So what's that? About 31 cents away. Or does it just crash through that also? Because the other low was 36.82, and that low was 36.80. So 36.82 on this day. It takes that out. Look out below. All this. Ooh. Michael might be streaming now. Let me just see. I've got a message. You are. Okay, thank you, Michael. Okay, guys, I'll take my break now. Michael is in the YouTube room, so I've put the YouTube link in. You want to head over there now. Michael will be there between 12 and 1. And again, if you've got a lot of questions about Brokerage Plus, or even, I shouldn't say even, he's got all his, if you click on New and then Market Explorer. So he is the originator of all of these types of scans, okay? So you can ask him about those also. Okay, Michael, I'll put myself on mute now or stop my stream.
Testing here. Sorry, it looks like the stream may have died for a second. Okay, so I'm coming through now, and here I am, and that's working as well. Okay, so we are back. I guess if anyone wants to share, if anyone's in both this room and the live trading room, if they just want to type in that the stream kicked out for a second, but now it's back, that would be great. And I see people starting to come back in now, so it looks like that was working as well. Yeah, so again, if you're new here, essentially we take an hour each day, come in midday and open the room up for questions. Again, apologize for the little hiccup that happened there, but I will be here for the next hour. So any and all questions about trade ideas or trading or whatever is welcome. So just let me know. And I see the first question coming in there already. I'm actually going to pop this out so I don't have to crink my neck and put it over there. So that's good. And just make sure that this is awesome. Okay. I was wondering how to narrow down my top gainer scanner to a specific sector or industry. So best way to, I'm going to open up this window to show you. Easiest way to do it is if you have the list of stocks that you're working on. If not, you can grab it pretty simply from, just Google or all over the internet. So if you're looking for, a tech sector or something like that, you can actually create a symbol list and do that. But what will happen is when you open up the scan configure, there's a little symbol list tab right here. So you click on that and then click on add existing list. And from here, you can pick that list that you created. Now we have our own where you can go into sectors here. So for example, if I wanted this just to look at, retail trade or something, for example, I could click on that and you see that retail trade popped up right here. So now I just tick this and I make sure that the option here, up here, says only the following lists. And it basically just means that now it's only looking at this list of symbols as opposed to looking for all of the lists of symbols. So I'll hit OK, OK again. And now all of these things are going to be stocks. And there's no filters on this list, so it's going to bring in a lot of junk. But everything in here will be in the retail sector list. So you can use our lists if you'd like, but if you have your own, and this is something that I do constantly, where I want trade ideas to essentially, what's going on there? I want trade ideas to essentially look at my own list. Under tools in your main bar here, you can actually go into symbol lists and you can create your own list here. And as soon as you create the list, when you're back in that other tab that I just showed you, you will have that list. Right, so you can select that. So you can see I have a lot of my own lists that I create here. And then I can go through and reference those within scans or within, algorithms or whatever. Or again, if you just want to focus on a certain sector, you can use our list as well. And those are basically done just by how when you reference, right? So target, if I go into profile, you see it says sector right here, retail trade. So it's pulling from this in order to make that list. So I hope that helps you out. That seems to be what you're after there. So, very useful thing to do. I don't really do it on sectors myself. I want to be able to trade all the different sectors, but I do it a lot on certain lists of stocks. So, maybe I'll create a list of names that I think are good entries or something like that the day before. And then from there, I'll go through and I'll go through and I'll say, okay, I just want to watch those, instead of watching everything, just let me watch, this group of names that I liked yesterday. As someone who's primarily a swing trader, it helps out pretty dramatically for me as a way to narrow everything down. And then you can run races off it. You can, put it in a brokerage plus or whatever you want to do. Hey, Mikesy, how's it going? So again, if someone wants to pass the word that the stream went down for a second into the room, just in case there's somebody there as well, right? Perfect. Yeah, I just want to see the top gainers by sectors for a scan of sympathy. Easier on bigger days. Yeah. Simple way to do that too is, I don't know if you've checked this out, but if you go to let's open this up and go new, dock to channel bar. And are we dead again? Oh no, we're back. Okay, that's weird. Yeah, some weird stuff going on for sure. I'm getting a cutout. I don't think it's me. Could be me. Like I've got audio streams going on and they're going on fine. Do a little speed test here, I guess. Yeah, so if you're also looking for just different sectors and how they're doing, I really like our sector status channel, which is just right down here in the channel bar. Yeah, I'm getting 150 down and 100 up, so I should be fine. Yeah, so the sector list takes a second to load, or the sector channel takes a second to load. It's a bit, there's a lot here. And what this does is actually breaks down the SPY sectors. So the limitation here, if you're looking at the SPY sectors, it's going to be S&P 500 or spider name sectors as opposed to everything. But so these are the major sectors with utilities, materials, right? And then from here, these are actually sorted by change from the close. So this might be useful to you as well. For me personally, I like to just look at the full sector. I don't want to be limited to the spider ones, but that's a teach their own kind of thing. All right, so again, I will generally just waffle on about stuff I'm seeing in the market and do a lot of my scanning work here while I wait for questions. So feel free to certainly ask questions as they come. And away we go. Michael, still waiting on your 400-page plus PDF ebook on swing trading and risk management. We've talked about writing new ebooks around here. For me, I'm certainly not. I've got pretty weird dyslexia stuff, so I'm not a big writer. I'm more of a talker, which is why I do a YouTube channel. So you can follow that if you want to hear more from me, of course. But we've talked about doing some of the more when it comes to these ebooks that we did back in the day, and anything that comes from me will obviously be heavy in statistics and about swing trading. how do I use the race windows? I like one thing that I do a lot of. I've got 2 races that I run throughout the day, and they normally exist on. I've got a big vertical monitor over here that you guys aren't seeing, and I usually just stack them up there. One of them here is this one, which is basically just my Etf Watcher. So this is a custom list that I made myself of just kind of the ETFs that I personally like to follow, just so I know what's going on. And then I just run a race on this based off of 30-minute change. So it just kind of gives me a quick little snapshot of what's doing well today and what's doing well right now. And then the top list on the bottom, it shows me the position and range of the ETFs for all of the different time frames. So, for example, if you look right here, you can just see that oil, just focus on oil. Oil is, of course, that thing's going to get in the way there, tooltip. Oil is in the top end of its 5, 10, 20, 3-month, 6-month, 9-month, 1 year, and getting near the high of its 2-year range, and is kind of knocking on the door of the highs of today. So I can quickly see that. That's kind of to show where everything is. And then I'll watch these different ones. So like KWeb right now is moving up a little bit in the last 30 minutes, where the SPY were down a little bit here, right? A lot of chop going on, which is expected for this particular environment, right? It's just going to be a lot of chop. So I'll watch these races for that. Another thing that I do is recent TI strength plays. So this gets updated about once a week. And the symbol list, just like I showed a few seconds ago to Tanner there, how to access those. The symbol list is in the back end. I'm running a dev version, so my chart got kind of gummed up. That's okay. And what this is doing is it's constantly running. Let's see if changing the chart helps. Yeah. So this is kind of running the a race on this particular list here, which is the same one of my top list from what I showed before. However, what it's doing is it's just running a race on this list, which is just recent names from the TI strength window, which is kind of my bread and butter when it comes to trading. So I can go through and I can say, well, CENX is doing very well from here. NVAC seems to be moving a bit, so that's kind of popping up here as well. And again, you can get everything from this list as well. So those are the 2 lists I use, and it's mainly because, again, as a swing trader, I'm not looking to scalp them, but what I want to do is I just want to figure out an overall how is the market doing and where are things moving, so that at the end of the day, when I enter and exit all my swing trades, I can then take a look and say, okay, well, oil was really strong today. Maybe I should look at some oil names or something like that, right? I am sure that Holly has come up with the bear trap strategy several times, but I can't find the scanner for the strategy. I'm not too sure what you mean by that. So we don't give out the Holly based scanners because they're proprietary. Is it you can't find a description for it? So the description is basically it's just looking for stocks that broke yesterday's low and then trade it back up through them. It's basically the what a bear trap technically is, right? Just saying that it's it broke yesterday's low by a little bit and then buyers came back in. So anyone who shorted yesterday's low got hammered. But yeah, we don't share the individual basis for Holly. That's something that we keep. I haven't even looked at Holly today. It's been such a busy day. Yeah, I can share the I can share this doc for sure. Now, you're going to have to make your own list, though, because this is a personal list. So just make sure that you're, uh, copy that, make sure you're adding your own list, and then you'll have to add that list into the back end. So you do that just by right-clicking, and then going into configure, and then going into the symbol list tab right here, right? So you can see mine says anything time it says bracket personal, that's your own list. So you can, again, build what you want. I just use the common spider, which you can Google this. I think I may be able to copy this. I don't know. I don't know if YouTube's going to freak out or not if I try to just spam all this text through. So like this is my ETF list, right? So I built it myself. Actually, while I'm in here, I wanted to add ARC to that. I think ARC's a good proxy for just growth stocks in general. But make it what you care about based off your plan, right? These are the things that I care about. Yeah, see, that's all gummed up. So you'll have to put like the spaces in there. YouTube doesn't like sharing block text like that, I guess. But yeah, go through and whatever sectors you care about. Some people only want the major SPY sectors. Some people want, different industry types. All of these things. It's really one of those, entirely up to you kind of things. So good day from Holly. So yeah, the bull trap is in there today, I see. And that would just be the opposite of the bear trap, right? So this one didn't work out, but it's essentially just looking for a stock that breaks the prior period high and then starts to trade under that high again. A pretty good day considering the chop in the market, right? The last 3 days, yesterday was an inside day, and then today so far a little bit, while it's inside this day, but might not be broke out of that day, but just a chop fest. Which again, when you're getting a lot of crazy kind of external news like this, having a choppy inside or choppy period is it's more than reasonable, right? You'll just get that as a frequent thing. And it will stay that way until everything kind of sorts itself out one way or the other. But overall, holding up very strong. A lot of people, obviously, this 420 area on the SPY, if you go back further on the chart, it's important, but it was big here and a little bit there, and then it gapped under it, and everyone said, well, that's it. Bull market's over. End of the world time, and then just rallied all day and then all the next day. So to me, it feels like there's a lot of people that are trapped in here. Right? Shorts that got in, but then also people that liquidated their portfolio because they, on the open, because they go, oh God, we're going down forever, war bad. And right, those people who are trading off news got another reminder that you shouldn't trade off news. The saying I always remind myself is that if you know it, then everyone else knows it, and it's already priced into the market. So don't even bother. Even breaking news, right? They have neuro-linguistic or what is it, natural language processing, AIs that read the news in real time and understand it and make decisions. And there's people out there who think that they can get a breaking news and read it and understand it faster. Really, other than that, right, going through the TI strength alerts, which is where I get a lot of my swing trade come from. Um, and it's just because, right, if you go into the sectors, the XLE or the oil sector and the USO have just been on fire. A little topping tail here, but XLE has just been absolutely killing it. Right, nice strong pullback here, strong base here, big long base if you go out in the XLE right in this area. So it makes sense that that's where everything's focusing. Oh, and there's Arch from TI Strength, and this was actually the trade of the week this week. So you're getting Arch, which is a coal company, from TI Strength and trade of the week. So that looks interesting, along with 36% short float is pretty. Is there a way to scan for Bollinger Bands inside Keltner channels? You can do that on the, and I'll actually send you the custom. I have a custom for that for on the daily chart only, just because we don't have ATR on the other one. Let me see here. So here is, it's kind of complicated, but here is the custom formula for the Keltner channels, or for that. And I know what you're doing. That's the TTM squeeze thing. That it's a decent way to find bases. I've done a lot of testing behind it. Doesn't really have much power other than that, but you can go into the formula editor within the system, right? Pick whichever whatever you want to put in, paste in what I just gave you there, right? Call it whatever you want to call it. Units, doesn't matter, right? I just made it true, false. Format and graphics, it doesn't really matter either. Save that, and then you can create new here as well. So save that, and then when you're actually editing the scan, you'll find that in the scan, and then under the minimum column, set 1, and that will be true, right? So it will, in that case, if you put 1 in the minimum column, then it will filter out anything that's not meeting that condition, which is on the daily chart, the Keltner channels inside the Bollinger Bands. Can you share a gap down consolidation scanner if I have one? I don't know. It it's not a gap down one, but in the Market Explorer here, if you go to server window and go down to breakdown stabilization, this is actually something that Dan, our CEO, requested, that has basically stocks that are selling down off the open. You can see NRSN. Wait for this to load. I always have so much running on this poor little virtual machine. And then let's open up like a 15-minute intraday chart here. You can see it looks for stuff that is selling off in the open and then is consolidating after that. I personally don't have one for consolidation after a gap down. Now, if you had all of the other things you need around that you have written in your trading plan, if you're looking for a scan for it, then we could kind of build one. But things like defining consolidation is complicated, right? It's like what one trader means by that, another trader won't, and so on and so forth. I am pretty boring when it comes to my trading. I have a pretty simple philosophy, which is, again, as a swing trader, is to buy the strongest stock, cut the losers, and repeat. And that's essentially all I do. It's not interesting, but in my mind, trading really shouldn't be. Right, so right now in my portfolio, I have a lot of energy names, and that's about it. So again, my scanning's pretty simple. I like the TI Strength Scanner that we have here in the Market Explorer. I also like the Bull Flag Scanner that we have here in the Market Explorer, which just gives you awesome daily flagging type stocks, right? This ADTN. Oh, change this. Nice push up, and then nice little flag going on here. AMPY, right? And now we've got a nice little consolidation going on. Right, so I use this one a lot, right? Big push up. Now we've got this kind of sideways movement. Right, I'm one that, I find a setup or two that works for me, and then I just repeat it. Right, oh, this BCOR is interesting as well. Public fitness activities. And then, this strong stock pulling back is just exactly what it sounds like. It is names that were really strong and now are starting to pull back. I find that's another easy way to get in the direction of the trend. LVS, big strong stock, pulling back. Right, so when it comes to my trading, I'm pretty simple, and I do a lot based off of, just gonna tilt that a bit. I do a lot based off of the Market Explorer now, because I don't need to customize it. I don't need to play with it too much. It just is going to show me what the scans are there. This particular one, strong stock pulling back, has 100 names in it. I usually go through 300 to 400 trades each night, or 300 to 400 charts each night to build my portfolio of 10 or 15 things that I'm going to watch going into the next day. If they look strong on the close, I'll buy them. And that's about it, right? Rinse and repeat. The Canadian dollars, actually. Was it FXC? No. Yeah, Canadian Dollar Trust. Canadian dollar's selling a bit. I guess that's probably also because oil must be selling a bit. Nope. Or just energy as a whole. Canadian dollar's pretty tied to energy. I'm actually going to give this virtual machine a break, close some stuff down, and duplicate that into so I can close this down too. There. Silver actually looking interesting. Okay, symbol link that to green. Yeah, silver potential breakout here. A big long, right, rounded cup there. It's got some resistance at highs. Relatively weak compared to the other names like energy and things like that, but it's interesting. If it can get over that high, maybe it can kind of start popping from there. It's got this gap to fill right up here. And oil's been on fire. What's the actual price of Brent, like actual crude commodities? 105 for WTI, 106 for Brent. So good, because again, most of my trades right now are in the energy sector, just because you can go back in time and verify. But if we go back even till, I don't know, say the 25th, a lot of the stuff within TI strength was oil and gas related. It's a REIT, so not that one. Blackstone's from this week too, which is interesting. So just reminder, we've got another half hour till questions, or 4 questions. So if you have any questions that you'd like to ask when it comes to trading or trade ideas or anything like that, feel free. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep scanning through stocks in the meantime. Try to find something that's not energy that's going. Because I have a lot looking through my holdings over here. I've got a lot. All right. SJT is going, which is good. SU. Yeah, this one's been great. I bought SU. Can't remember either yesterday or the day before, but either way, up on that one. What else do we got going on here? Oh, SSRM has been, as someone who usually doesn't even really trade gold names that much, this one's been great. I'm in SSRM from here, give or take, around there. And you can just see it's been rocket ship kind of ever since. Oh, and then Twinkies. This was a TI strength play from a while back. And I'm still in this name. Took the breakout above this. And it's just been a great name. It's not it's not sexy, right? To trade these kind of relative strength names. You're not going to buy something and have it, double or triple overnight, and you're not going to feel like a hero because you bought the bottom of, I don't know, DraftKings or one of those type of Spotify. Right? You're not going to. There's people out there that always want to try to grab these really beaten up names, and it was one of those things that the more I saw it, the more I was talking to people, and they were interested in just buying those names. The more I was interested in taking the complete other side of that and just saying, well, why don't I just buy stuff that's strong? And again, it's not sexy. It's not going to be a fancy life, but it's the easy life, I would say, when it comes to trading, is just get yourself in those strongest names. Like, yeah, my percentage gain in SSRM is nearly 20% up move in SSRM for a boring gold name. Just gold mining. Makes life easier, for sure. This one's interesting. NOG, if it can hold up over here. I think XOP. Yeah, XOP broke out yesterday. So XOP is not just oil companies, but it's also anyone who participates in oil names, right? So, think the people that make the drilling equipment and the people that run the pipelines and all that kind of stuff, right? Twinkies just don't make it a regular habit. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of jokes out there that are kind of scary, but that Twinkies are going up because, right? What do they say? If the world comes to an end, well, the Twinkies will survive. I might like Larry Height, never heard of. The Rule. How to beat the odds in the market. I'll check it out. Is it an audiobook? I'll be way more likely to check it out if it's an audiobook. Not a big reader. I am a big audiobook guy. I just like that I can be, working out or walking the dog or whatever. And then go through and do all that as well, right? I don't know about audio. Maybe I'll check here. What's the formula for? It's just a question that a client had there for Bollinger Bands inside of Keltner channels on the daily chart. Can you show me how you save the window? Again, so the window will not display anything until you've done all that work of building your own list. But all you do is when you click on that link that I shared, it will open up this web page and just follow these directions as well, right? So, right. So to view this strategy, select load from cloud, copy this link. So this link right here into the text box and then click load. So if I take this and I copy that link and then I go just follow the directions of load from cloud. And then I'm just going to paste that link in and click load. Then it opens up here as well. Now for me, it will work perfectly. For you, it won't do anything until you go through and, as we chatted about, build your own list and then assign that to your list, right? Because this is pulling off my list, and those lists aren't shared when you share the cloud. So you just got to build your own. And that's all there is to it. Right, so copy the link, file, load from cloud, paste it in the box right here, and then just click load, and you're good to go. Basically, it's an autobiography about how he built a fortune trend following. Yeah, well, if you look at a lot of the greats, a lot of it comes from that. Nicholas Darvis, who created the Darvis box method, William O'Neill, to some respects, who he was a little bit more of the he'd had a lot of fundamental stuff, William O'Neill, where he did his can slim method, but even with his fundamental look at things, he still would use essentially like the cup and handle pattern, which is which is just the same. It's just right. So the cup and handle, I can draw it out here, is probably the easiest way. Is just simply looking for stocks that kind of do one of these. So they're up to new highs, and then they do a little bit of a pullback like that. Right. So that's the cup and handle pattern. And then you buy that breakout. So they're all trend following. The thing about it that people need to know is that a lot of this stuff has been studied, right? Where you can like a lot of it's been studied. So there was a big study done on a wide breadth of different trading strategies. They took a bunch of trading strategies from anyone who would share them, from hedge funds, from people that had to report, mutual funds, and whatever, and they just kind of combined them. And they said, okay, what do different strategies do? And revision to the mean strategies had high win rates but low risk reward, and trend following strategies had low win rates but high risk reward. So essentially, that would just mean that if you develop a trend following strategy, you got to understand that your win rate's going to be 50% or even sub 50%. And that's just the way it goes. But however, if you have a trend following system, that when you're in the trend for any extended period of time, you're going to have this kind of continuation of that trend. So, for example, just because we have Twinkie up here, if you had taken a breakout, over this level or something, then the risk reward you have on these are huge, right? Some of the best plays I had. So again, the SSRM, this gold play, right? For my time frame, this thing's in a nice little uptrend, and then it put in this nice cup. So when it broke out of this resistance, I bought some right here, and away you go. And I am in the position still, and I'm just going to trail it up as it goes. So if this thing just, doubles in price, then away it goes. And a lot of what Barry does from an intraday trading point of view is the same kind of thing, where it's again, just a simple, he looks for stocks that have some momentum behind them on the intraday chart, that have a gap or some volume or some type of news or something like that. And then he just looks for them to continue that trend. And, I know one of the things that he really likes is stocks that are already in downtrends and are breaking down to new lows and have bad news. And that's just a basic trend following strategy. And again, it's not going to work all the time, for sure. Nothing does. Anyone who tells you that they have a system that is accurate 80, 90% of the time, that person's a liar, and you should run as far and as fast from that person as you possibly can. Right? But what will, in the long run, and if we want to get into it, just because there's no questions. Anytime you guys want to interrupt my rants with questions, go right ahead. But the reason that trading and technical analysis works, period, is that trends persist, is that the market is not normally distributed, right? So basically put, if something's random, it generally exists on, that stereotypical bell curve that we all know from school, right? That the returns should have this basic bell curve type of a shape. Now, with trading and with equity returns, it's been studied over a long period of time where it has what they call fat tails. So it would look something more like this. And without needing to know why that is, it basically just means that trends persist. Things that shouldn't happen persist way longer on average than they should. If the market was random, then everything that's coming down for a bit, you would just buy it and it would retrace. That price would revert to some sort of a mean. But we know that doesn't happen, right? It's been studied to death. There's not much that we know for sure about the market. It's that price is not mean reverting. So people that try to mean revert, again, their strategies, if you have a strategy that you've built that works, it's great. Just keep doing it. But if you want to go on the side of the statistics of the market, the reason that trend following works is because, again, just trends persist way longer than they would if the market was a random event kind of thing, right? So for me, it just makes life easier. And I there's a mental block. There's two mental blocks, I think, when it comes to people who really aggressively want to buy stocks in downtrends. And I think the first is just that whole underdog effect, right? We all want to get the underdog. We all want to, the guy who's getting beat up. We want to be able to buy it and have it rocket. They also like being right. They just love the concept of, I nailed the bottom on this stock. And, that helps as well. But I also think a lot of people, just naturally from looking at charts, they think that the top of the chart is resistance and the bottom of the chart is support. And I really think that it's like, even if they consciously know that that's incorrect, that there's a subconscious thing that says, oh, well, this thing can't go any higher. Look, it's right at the highs here. But right, if you just shrink this y-axis, then, it could go exponentially higher. But I think there is a mental barrier that says, right, there's some resistance there because it's the highs. And that's just me. A question other than chart pattern, do you look at the company's financials before taking a position? No, I don't, because financials are so backwards looking, it's not even funny, right? So what a company has to update its financials once a quarter, and it does it for the quarter back. So the companies that are reporting here in March are reporting in March for what they did in January. And what they did in January, the decisions they would have made like mid last year may have affected what they've done from January, right? So it's so backward data. And generally speaking, if the stock is in a downtrend it has bad fundamentals. And if the stock is in an uptrend, it has good fundamentals. So looking at the fundamentals on top of the trend doesn't make any sense to me. I don't need to know a lot or really anything about Arch other than the fact that this company probably has to be a pretty good company and has to be making money. Because it's just, companies that don't make or aren't good looking companies generally don't do this. But really, I don't care. So like if you look at something like Peloton, for example, the fundamentals of Peloton didn't materially change when it was doing this and when it was doing this, right? They sell an iPad or a bicycle with an iPad strapped to it. They've always sold a bicycle with an iPad strapped to it, right? The company is now worth 5 times less than it was when it was up here, and it has the exact same business model as it does when it's down here. So when I look at something like that, I'm like, why would I just not just follow the trend and try to be involved long when it's in an uptrend and stay the hell out when it's in a downtrend and look for other things that are in uptrends? It's one of those things that people in trading, I think, try to make it way more complicated than it needs to be. Again, buy stuff that it's in uptrends, cut things as soon as they stop being in uptrends, repeat. And that doesn't mean you have to buy. A lot of people think that means you have to buy, things as they're breaking out to new highs or something, right? You can buy pullbacks in uptrends. If you don't like the concept of buying things as they're breaking out to new highs, well, you can come up with a pullback strategy. So in the Market Explorer, if we right click and then we go to server window and then down to this one, just strong stock pulling back is the name of the scan, and then take a look at some of these. These are, again, just going to be names that are in uptrends that are now pulling back. So you can develop a strategy to go and do that, right? So like LVS, for example, in the interim anyway, this thing's been in a nice little uptrend and it's pulling back here. So maybe you can define a support and resistance area and see if you can nail the pullback. So again, it doesn't mean just because you're saying, why does it keep changing color? I must have hit a... okay. So it's just a simple... It will make your trading easier. And I'm talking swing trading, but it'd be the same thing for day trading. If you can find something that's in a good trend intraday and try to get a pullback on that trend, then that's great. Again, it will make your life simpler because of this simple theory that we know with trading, that trends persist longer than they should if the market was random. Some like the implementation of the slope. Yeah, you could do something like that. I don't want to overcomplicate it. So how you define a trend is entirely up to you. You can slap a moving average on it. You can say, I want this moving average to be pointing up. You could slap 2 moving averages on it and say, I want, let's do 8. And let's make it pink, right? You could say something simple like, I want, I'm going to define a trend as, the short-term moving average above the long-term moving average. And as long as that exists, I'm going to start buying, pullbacks into that trend. Again, there's a million ways to skin the cat. So find something that works best for you, but it just makes the most sense in my mind to just exist in that trend following space instead of that mean reversion space, for me anyway. And again, if you're doing something that works for you, don't ever let anyone tell you not to do it. It just doesn't make sense. Just keep going. For me, I really like just either, bull flag type patterns, not because there's any magic in a pattern. It's just technical pattern. But, for a bull flag to exist, it just means the stock's in an uptrend and now it's just kind of chopping about. And then, or right? Something that's in an uptrend and now it's pulling back and I'm trying to nail the pullback. And that's it, right? How do you have tabs? How do you do that? What does the E stand for? It just means a Market Explorer window. So these tabs are just from, because they're docked, right? So if you have a docked window and you pull this out, so you've got a window floating for the dock. If you hover over the center bit, as opposed to one of these other sides, if you hover over this thing in the center, it opens up a tab up there. So for me, the docked part of things, I like the tab even more than I like the fact that everything snaps together, because then I can keep things hidden behind other things. And the E it means it's a Market Explorer window. How would I tweak the custom to alert when things are a little tighter? You could change and bring this in here. So basically, SMA 20 plus standard deviation 20 times 2, that's your Bollinger Bands, right? So SMA 10, ATR times 1.5, that's your Keltner channel. So if you wanted things to be tighter, maybe change the 1.5 here and here to a 1 and give that a shot. If you want to go even tighter, then maybe divide that. Because you got to understand, so a Bollinger Band is simply a 20 period moving average plus or minus 2 standard deviations. And a Keltner channel is just a 10 period moving average plus or minus ATR. So I take those 1.5s and turn them to 1 and give it a shot. That would just make things a little bit tighter. So all right, guys, so I think Barry's going to be pinging me to come back at any time now. So I'm just checking with him, making sure I'm not sitting on his toes. I know he's always anxious to get back. And as always, there's a little bit of a disconnect on getting the room switched over. If that happens, if that ever happens, just hit refresh. Someone will be back at some point. There's kind of a bit of a panic every time the stream drops, so there's different people trying to get in to make sure somebody's here for you guys, that kind of thing. Just quickly before I go, again, the strong stock pulling back is just in the Market Explorer window. So go New, Market Explorer, right click, and then under Server window, it's just right on the bottom here. All right, I will talk to you guys soon.
20 lessons is really, what is a top list, what's an alert window, creating them and all. And they are for beginners of trade ideas, absolutely. Okay, what am I going to do for the balance of today? Boy, look at this this IQ. Boy, if you'd kept on to it, this all the way down to 487 before it finally had a little bit of a pop-up. Silver plays are still good. SSRM, well, gold ore. I thought it was a silver. No, it's a gold company. Okay, I thought it was a silver mine. All right, for you Topping Tail fans, look at Schrodinger, SDGR. It is at the top here. This is from ZachScan. Well, that was a nice one too. Look at the PYCR. That was from the topping scan. Now this is on the topping scan, but it has not pulled back yet. This is this para. This is PARA. I mean, it looks like an IPO, but it's a spin-off. What was it, Viacom or Comcast or I can't remember. I know somebody will know. I think Shady might know. Zip. Well, that KD kept working its way down. I'm not in it anymore, but it's still working its way down at an all-time low. KD. I think that's it for MULN. That was a one-day wonder. Hopefully nobody held this overnight, or if you did, you got out. Had a little bit of a pre-market move, but I mean this is just a mess now. MULN. One moment, please. Just give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, sorry about that. Boy, this was shortable too, this MULN. Oh man, what a short that was. Well, this para is getting more interesting, guys, in terms of a potential short. I mean, Can it be stalled at that whole number 33? I mean, again, it looks like an all-time high, but it is not. Oh, was that right for the MULN? I could have sworn I saw them early. 187,000 now. I could have sworn I saw them up in this area, but maybe I'm wrong. You know, I mean, there's an argument to be made. I mean, where the low of yesterday is 95 cents. So it's right below that low, and then the day before, 65 cents. Oh, I agree, Roberto. Yeah, okay. Well, there's obviously some covering because there are 187,000 now available at Interactive Brokers, but problem with doing it now is that you get some crazy person saying, you know what, this hit $2. I'm going to buy a whack, and then you get that get it rolling again. Boy, this CTIC has been an awful trader. And look at these bottoming tails. I mean, it's up again, but look at these bottoming tails here. Hard to keep into the trade. All right. Well, okay. CTIC. I mean, they did have news. They hit 339 in the pre-market. It's kind of holding here, but it is pretty choppy. What sort of volume is there? You know, I mean, the volume is dried up. You can see right there in the 15-minute. It has been dry, but it's starting to pick up a little bit. At least, what time is it right now? 109. So this has another about 5 minutes before this closes. But look at that, it came right back down. Just hard to get too enthusiastic about it. Big C is a little pop over 22 here out of some consolidation. But again, it's really not doing it on any volume. Okay, I mean, it might keep moving, but it's not doing it on any volume. It has room to about the 2250 mark. I mean, it looks good, but there's just no volume. Yeah, I see now what you're talking about, Roberto. All right, guys. Well, I've had no new alerts for quite a while now, so just going to bide my time, see what happens. All right, so this one actually showed up in the 10-day daily breakdown, but it's starting to pop this one as an SUPN, so it is an earnings play. Nowhere close to, of course, being an all-time low, but it is an earnings play and it's trying to pop a bit off that 29. Would have some room maybe to the 30 level. You're looking at the 15-minute chart. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, Zinovate video. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Okay, look at the market now, guys. So we had 3 very narrow 15-minute candles up, so that's 45 minutes. And now we've got this one widening. And, you know, if this keeps moving down, it'll wipe all this out. You're talking about a long time ago when I was talking about Redbox. Okay. Haven't talked about Redbox for a while. I know I talked about it maybe a couple of weeks ago. Meanwhile, RUSL just not shortable. Imagine that. No, that CTIC is miserable. Leave it alone. Just leave it alone. Unless you get some volume. You need a ton of volume to really move this. It has almost traded the float. 85 million have traded, 89 in the float. Meanwhile, Rubber Toes Farmer Company continues its way down. IP. Excellent. Upgrading to the year. Great. Well, if you've upgraded to the year, that means you know you want the product. All right, guys. Well, listen, I'm not getting too many new alerts, so I'm just, again, I always say it like this. I'm just going to bide my time. I'm not trying to get into something just out of boredom. User is interesting. This is an earnings play, so this must be maybe their second earnings. Looks like this was an IPO back here, or a SPAC that turned into User. Probably had earnings here and now here. I'm sorry, maybe it's the first one. Might be their first earnings release. Anyway, the reaction is decent, obviously. The all-time high is over here at 16. So let's see if it, that's a pretty decent base just at 11. Very low float, 10 million in the float. All right, so I guess there's always a chance that this ATXI could get back over $1 and start to run from there. So again, I had a whole series of price alerts set up here, and they all trigger, but on no volume. I mean, just look at the volume. I mean, look at the 15-minute chart. Look at the volume bars. See how they're just steadily moved down. Boy, this mold, it wouldn't surprise me if it got all the way back down to that 60-cent level, MULN. Okay, here's a new one that's I think here's a new one that just came in OLPX, and this is almost on lifetime low. OLPX, toilet preparation manufacturing sector. My old job. OLPX, guys, could be interesting. Underneath that whole number, it's basically an all-time low, just breaking out a consolidation right here. Let's just watch this one and see how well it holds underneath the 16. There's a bit of a bottoming tail, but let's see how well it holds under 16. I'm liking this one, just if it can get back to this level, the high 80s. I'll probably take this short and just put a 16 stop on and see what happens. Again, this is not from the 10-day daily breakdown because the relative volume is not high enough, but doesn't mean they all have to have that high relative volume. Okay, so it is just testing the 16 mark. So what I'm going to do is just stick an alert around 1593 or so, see if it, or 1594, see if it breaks down underneath 16 again, and that might get me interested in taking a short on it. And the market is drifting down again, guys. So that red candle almost took out that 45 minutes, which is not good if you're trying to go long something. Come on, OLPX, break down through 16 one more time. Now, for some reason, this actually popped up in the. I don't know how long that was, though. It got up to 18. I don't know if that was just a brief blip and came right back down. Talking about the OLPX after hours yesterday. Yeah, I'm really, guys. I'm just waiting on this OLPX. See if it takes out 16 one more time. All right, IP now underneath the whole number, 4094 now. If we look left, what do we see? And there's OEC, another one just moving down. Look at these moves. IP under, well, that's 40, yeah, it's 4094 right now. All right, I don't want to keep watching this one, so I think I'm going to stick an alert just here, just around 16 to see if it takes out this 16 for the OLPX and see if that happens. Well, let's look left on that. I can't see anything on the weekly chart, so we've got to go back to last October, I guess. The low was 39.15 or so. So this still has some room. This IP. Oh yeah, the market's helping. There's no question. I mean, market's helping. You can see right there. Actually, though, if you look at a 15-minute chart, it had a little bit of a run. A little bit of a run. All right, guys, here's OLPX. What are you going to do? Just loving the all-time lows. Good grief, Credit Suisse. Oh, $7 stock. Oh, I mean, well, again, banks, financials, HBAN, another one that's just, cascading its way downward. Well, there we go, guys. So 45 minutes of inching its way up, gone. Almost in that 15 minutes, but certainly in this next candle. All right, we'll keep an eye on this SDGR now. That's the alert price from Zaxcan at 36.66. It did pop up to 36.94. Now starting to drop. And I don't know why, I'm just sort of transfixed by this OLPX, waiting to see if it really gives up 16. What are we down now? 700, 230, 83. Wow. Well, I want to go long. How about your your bear FAZ? Okay, FAZ coming into the 200-day moving average. This is the financial one of probably the biggest one. Probably maybe the biggest one. FAZ and FAZ, FAS and FAZ. Coming right into that 200-day moving average for FAZ. We go long wheat, WAAT. This is, obviously strong. Pre-market high, approaching it, 938. Again, not a recommendation, just pointing out something that at least is moving higher. Lost sight of the para. There goes FAS, guys. Will it take out that 200 day? I mean, the 200 day is 22. There it is right here. FAZ. Again, this is the bear, financial bear, 3 times ETF. When long time ago, I used to trade FAS, which of course is in there's the reverse, the bull 3 times. FAS and FAS back in 2008. I forgot about this one. I used to look at this one a lot. Also, the EUFN, European Financial ETF. Boy, look at this. I mean, maybe some support around 16, about $1 away, 16.70 or so, maybe. All right, guys, OLPX, maybe, just maybe, is trying to give up 17, 16, maybe. Turtle Beach, HEAR. This is actually tomorrow, has earnings after hours tomorrow. But again, looking left, I see maybe a lot of support. So it's not, even though I'm getting an alert on the gap down and go, looks like it could be coming into a support area, so I'm not interested. Okay, I know it's way out of the price range I like, but let's take a look at EPAM. Wow. Yeah, 358 down to what? 213. Man, oh man. On earnings? Not on earnings. No, not on earnings. Well, I'm not entering it. I'm not. I want to see if it picks up, if volume picks up. Well, it's an all-time low. You know, it's an all-time low. I mean, the volume's not terrible. I mean, it's 3.2 million, 2.7 times. But the volume's got to, you know, I know what you're saying, but that all that means is that there's no buying enthusiasm. Also, so I can look at it that way also. But it's just because it's near that lifetime low, that's all. Ah, developers in the Ukraine. Thank you, William. Okay, that'll do it. Wow. All right, gap down and reverse for Fibergen, FGEN, another earnings play, actually trying to reverse here, FGEN. So let's take a look left, 1457 is the next high looking left, so I guess it's got a little bit of room, but again, trying to play a bounce of this market, highly suspect. All right, guys, well, in about 20 minutes, it is Tuesday, so there's a marketing meeting in about 20 minutes, so I'll be in that. So yeah, I actually got the email. I didn't realize that this promo code was going to be good until next Monday night, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Okay, so that promo code, the test drive. So if you click on my link, so if you do click on my link, scroll up here, and there it is, test drive sale for 20% off. So that will be valid until next Monday, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Okay, so you still have time. You want to get a subscription, give me an idea how much it costs. Premium, so apply that 20% discount, so that'll knock it down to $1,600. This will knock that down to $800. But as I say, if you don't know you want this product yet, try us out for a month. You know, 118 less the 20%, 228 less the 20%. And if at any time you want to upgrade to an annual, you can do so and we'll honor the 20%, okay? So do not take out an annual unless you know you want the product. I say that because, you know, you've got to look at the terms and conditions. You know, some people get 2 months into our annual and they say, you know what, it's not for me, and they want a refund. Well, that's not the way it works. I mean, look at the volume here for OEC. I mean, there's just no enthusiasm, but yet it just keeps moving down. That's kind of what I was trying to say with the other one. Yeah, there's no volume, but that's the good thing going short because there's no enthusiasm. OEC. Now you want, I don't mean you don't want to get into something that's only trading 30,000 shares, but all right, guys, so much for user. So user now is starting to drop here. Wow, this has got some room too. 1044. Got some room. User starting to drop. I see it just consolidating on the 2-minute chart. There's sort of a yeah. It's hard to see here, but it could be the formation of a cross down, that 8 EMA, maybe trying to cross down through the 20 SMA. But right now, I mean, that's just nice consolidation. Could go one way or the other on the SDGR. So this is a gap. Well, not much. Okay, I got a little excited here. I thought this was a nicer pop, but HRTX, which was it's basically an all-time low earnings play. HRTX, but it's trying to move a little bit, but it's probably going to get into that 6 level and stall. Well, as usual, guys, there's all the excitement is in the first hour or two, and then we have a bit of a sometimes the doldrums set in. I mean, there are things moving, but how much? Here's the here. I mean, the here is starting to move down to that 21 level. Earnings after hours tomorrow. Woof, this was a good one, guys, from Zach Scan. The PYCR. The alert was at 2944. It did, and that's basically where it stopped. And then it just fell. Again, look at the volume. No enthusiasm. Okay, guys, maybe. No, maybe not. I'm talking about the OLPX. This is starting to move down a little bit more. You know, it just has to give up 16 in a big way. It's an all-time low. And it is a big float, so it shouldn't be, if it does start to work, it shouldn't be too volatile. All right, guys. Well, I'm sort of losing interest right now in the market. So I'm just getting set for this marketing meeting at 2. So Cam, none of those little IPOs have launched yet, have they? AUST, INTS, JW, JUNS, all these little IPOs that were supposed to launch, I guess they've just been delayed. I still have them listed here, but they have not triggered. Oof. I'm just waiting for any sort of interesting alert. Well, ALF, I don't know. ALF is now below that whole number of 2, and when you look left, it's got some room down to 150. Of course, had the big 3 days ALF. I mean, maybe if you're desperate. Very low float. This GBS really? Is it over $1? Yeah, I mean, yeah, listen, I mean, if you can play these and, get in around that 60 cent mark, I mean, obviously that's a tremendous run. And good volume, volume's ramping up. I just don't, I can't remember the last time I took a stock under $1. You're talking about the SPY and the Dow and NAS. Well, I mean, if you did this, I guess not. Nope, I guess not. I guess that is a fixed font. All right, guys. Well, again, broken record, but I mean, the market is, for me anyway, the stuff I'm looking at, I'm just not getting very many moves. Very unusual. Yeah, that para is very unusual. I mean, it had a little bit of a drop here, but still very strong. Para, P-A-R-A. Yes, you are right. DWAC is moving. DWAC is moving, and a lot of volume too. A lot of volume coming in. Biggest volume bar of the day on the 15-minute. What time is it? 1:53. So this is still has about 7 minutes or so to close. So a lot of volume coming into DWAC. The high is 99.03 looking left, but remember, one of those days, I don't know which day it was about 120 or so in the pre-market. And then it might have been this day, I can't quite remember. Might have been this day. And then it just, look, I mean, the story behind this, I find it an incredibly difficult intraday trader, but how's that CFVI? Is it moving along with it? Nope. Well, some volume came in, but it's not really moving it. I never saw that in our. Oh, I probably had to expand my IB then. 135, okay. 135, yeah, that on the 222.22. Well, okay, so we're getting a bit of a move for the CFVI. Volume coming into it the same time as the DWAC. Any update? Anybody see any update of when they're supposed to launch? I know the last update was end of sometime in March, maybe the end of this month. I haven't seen any more update. Okay, I thought that was okay. Is that an official launch? I mean, I know people could sign up, but I thought there was a glitch and all that. But maybe I thought there was more of an official launch. So I may be wrong. Okay. Maybe that's what I mean. It is not live. You can sign up, but it's not actually live. You can't do any postings or anything like that. All right, guys. Well, the OLPX, hey, who knows? Maybe it'll reverse. I thought that little jog down right here underneath 16, but maybe, hey, maybe it'll reverse. I'm just going to forget about it now. All right, guys, it is 1:57, so I will be 1:57 and 30 seconds, so I'll be joining this marketing meeting in a couple of minutes. So just going to put the announcement in. Silver continues here, guys. WPM silver play continues a little higher. Okay, guys, I'll put myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back, and so today there is no YouTube feed. Okay, Chris is off today, so I'm actually going to probably shut down then at 3, both the feeds. Okay, if that's okay. So that means we'll only have about a half an hour for both rooms. Yeah, I see the market, as I was in this meeting, I see the market put in a little bit of a pop. Now, I mean, listen, the pop will be really good if it takes out the high right there. That's 432 or so. So I'll stick an alert on the SPY, and if it can somehow take out that high there, we may get rolling again. Yeah, and by the way, that was a nice little trade for you guys who took that one. I actually took the weest scalp you could for the MULN when it got over a dollar. But I know some of you took it in that 85, 87 range. Very nice. DNMR. Well, if you're talking, are you talking about a day trade or are you talking about long term? If it's long term, I'm probably the wrong person. I mean, it's ugly. I don't know what to say. It's ugly. You know, there's no volume whatsoever. So I have, that. So my thoughts are right now that this is just dead money. I mean, there's no volume, no interest whatsoever. It's basically at its lifetime low. So unless there's some sensational news that comes into this, and I know what they do. I don't know, there's a streaming service. I don't know if it's just in Italy. I know they've done stuff in Italy with the NFL, but I mean, right now it's just dead money. Of course, that is my opinion. So what I'm seeing right now are actually some bounces with the market. Now, is this okay? So that candle is now closed. The 230 candle, or the 215 to 330 candle is closed. Gotta see another green candle, guys. Otherwise, this is just a fizzle out bounce. But there were some nice bounces from Zach's bounce plays. I can just see right here. Some 26.69 right at 2 o'clock, right while it was in that meeting. I mean, that's a great one. 26.69, and well, I don't know how easy it would have been to get it. I mean, it probably wouldn't have been easy at all. Just looking at that bottoming tail, it probably was there for a second and it came right back up. Yeah, I. And then we had Snap. What if it did the same thing? No, Snap was okay. Had the alert at 37.78, right about here. A nice little move. So you know this MULN. I mean, anything is possible, of course. So I think the idea here, if you put in a price alert, up here around 110, see if it takes it out on some volume and just explodes through with this again. See if it, gets some traders interested one more time. Yeah, such as they're going to be. But you know what? CNK, of course, CNK just after their earnings. I mean, this was earnings for CNK. That was 2 days ago, and looked really good through the 200-day moving average, and then just sold off all day. So we'll see with AMC. We'll see. I mean, nobody expects them to make money. CNK did not make money. It's just that they didn't lose as much. All right, guys, the MULN is is just sort of perking up a little bit again. Probably, and ATXI, now ATXI has to get over $1. It's not doing it. Okay, not even close. So I'm going to forget about that one for sure. I thought maybe it could get back over $1 and maybe have a run, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen. Other than that, I'm just not seeing too much. Yeah, I mean, the thing about the theater is, I mean, I was never a huge movie goer, but I'd go, maybe once a month, I don't know. And, obviously in 2 years I haven't gone at all. And I just think that people are just so used to not going. I may be completely wrong, but I don't know if there's a pent up enthusiasm to get everybody used to go to movies all the time to get them back in. I really don't know. I mean, I think there's some movies, spectacles, etc., James Bond, things like that, lend themselves to the big screen, but I don't know. More comfy watching most of these things at home. Did I say comfy? Comfortable. But even when people are not scared of COVID, even when, eventually, let's hope, we're going to get back to a world like that, I just don't know. I mean, people's habits, 2 years that's a long time. People's habits change, and all of a sudden you realize, hey, I don't have to go to movies anymore. I don't know. I really don't know. Well, yeah, AMC as the channel, yeah, the cable channel, yes. Look at PNTG, guys, the pennant group, PNTG. It's also putting in a little bit of a pop here. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it obviously costs a heck of a lot less in distribution and all that. And they've had a couple of years to test stuff like that in terms of releasing online immediately. And I don't have to worry about Vicky constantly yapping in the theater, ruining my experience. So, yeah, there's all sorts of great reasons to stay at home. Ah, I thought you'd appreciate that one, Vicky. Okay, let's take a look at XLF. XLF, financials, yeah, a little bit of a move. Okay, we did get a green bar here, guys. We do get a green bar. The big one will be taking out that high right there of the candle at whatever time that was, 1 o'clock, the 1 o'clock candle. Yeah, bang, 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 exactly. Okay, guys, what time is it? 2:40. Another 20 minutes. So I'm going to shut everything down at 3, if that's okay. And Chris is not going to be available today, so that's usually the reason. That's the reason why I usually keep the room open till 3:30, because he takes over, but he is unavailable today. So come on, Spy, take this high out. I think if it, I really believe if it takes that high out right there, which is about what 431.34, not that far away, we could have a little rally here. I mean, we're already obviously in a bit of a rally right now, but takes that out right here. That might give people a little more confidence. How are those Russian indexes doing? They're still they're still in the doldrums. So let's just take a look at the sectors. Let's see what's happening here. Channel bar, go to the sectors. And I'm sure financials, yeah, we should see financials with a little bit of a move. So look at energy, 50-50, so no technology and communication is still kind of stuck, but actually financials aren't really, I thought they'd be a lot better. I mean, only 10% of the, like 9% of them are up from yesterday's close. I mean, it doesn't mean, I mean, they are moving, but all right, guys. So I think I'll just go over my homepage again one last time, torment you guys. Okay, so when you click on my link, this is what you're going to see. So this promo code that we've got going, this is actually good until next Monday, including next Monday, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. So there's still time to sign up. 20% off the first month or the entire year. And again, this is how much it now costs. So we've had big reduction actually in the annual premium. That was about 22 something. So it is now 2,000, well, 19.99, but minus that 20%, so it'd be 1,600, and the standard will be about 800. Okay, minus with that 20% discount. Okay. You can always go monthly. That's what I would do before you sign up for an annual. You can always try us out for another month. 118, 228, less the 20% for the first month only. Okay. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. The big difference is the AI, which had actually too many alerts. I'm just looking now, way too many alerts in my opinion. But anyway. So there are 3 free sections. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. The trade of the week this week was Arch. Take a look at what it's doing. I think the trigger was about at 118. So if you got in around 118, that hit 124. So there's $6. You know, how you trade it will be up to you. They're of course meant to be longer term holds, but how you trade it will be up to you. And that is free. Stock of the day video that I do at noon, of course that's free. All the education right here. Great user guide. Click on that user guide. So you want to learn more about various aspects of trade ideas in more detail. Alert windows, top list windows, and go down here for the stock racing. I don't go over it too much because, you know, I think people really should watch this. Or, you know, it's a combination of text and also a couple of videos. So please watch it, read it, to get to know about what stock racing is all about. You can create your own races. And I should have mentioned also that the full table of contents, it is all searchable. So it's a great user guide now. But if you're just starting out, probably the best thing to do would be take a look at the 20 introductory lessons. That's the quick way to get started, just to, you know, get yourself familiarized with some of the basic features. What is a top list, building a top list, alert windows, creating alert windows, back testing if you have our premium service, Brokerage Plus, and the AI, which we nickname Holly. So everything is here in a very quick way, okay? Do I ever share my layout? Well, you can, okay, I'm just going to get to that right now. In fact, just let me go one more step here. Daily support session. So again, normally Chris is in the room between 3:30 and 4:30 in her YouTube room, but he is busy today, so that's why I'm going to be shutting everything down at 3. There's nobody to hand off to. And then the daily webinars, there's probably one tomorrow. Tomorrow's Wednesday. I think we're on the Monday-Wednesday rotation, so I don't think there was one yesterday because that was the end of the test drive. So there's probably one tomorrow. Next week will be Tuesday, Thursday, but you can sign up for them all right here. And then back to basics. If you're brand new to trading, what is a stock? Okay, it's all free. Michael Noss put this together, and it starts off literally with what is a stock. So to answer your question, James, I am sharing all my scans that are here, okay, including all the ones that you do see. So they're all here. All you have to do is click on my home page, and then you can pick and choose the scans that you want. I can't give you the layout because unfortunately some of the links are broken. Okay, so I don't have a layout link, but you can pick and choose which ones you might want. I had to fix all the links yesterday, not all of them, but some were broken. Let me make sure, please, please, please. Yes, okay. And again, these are the 4 that I use in the pre-market, but especially these, the pre-market actives up and down. These 2, you know, this is what I've been using for years and years and years. I added the gap up and gap down. These are alerts, so I will hear the alert. But really, these are the 2 that are, for me, get me set for the day. So a lot of information here. So save my link, and then you can look at this anytime you want. Maybe this weekend, what I'll do is I'll create my layout again with the links that aren't broken, and so I'll have a layout that will look like this that I can pass on to people if they want. Don't like to see this red bar here, guys. I really was hoping we'd get like a nice close into the nice move into the close. Doesn't look like we're going to. SKX, Skechers. As in sinking like a rock? Is that what you meant by rock? I thought it was rocking or something, but yeah, Blue Moon. Let me just do one thing. I have to find a link for somebody, okay? And I'll explain how to do that, okay? What is the link? GDRX. Just give me a moment, please. Yeah, just give me a moment. I've got to find something for somebody. Okay, so I had a question in our YouTube room regarding is there a way to take an alert window and turn it into a top list window? Okay, and the answer is yes. So how to do that? So let's just say I wanted to take one of these top list windows. Okay, the earnings plays up, and I wanted to turn this into an alert window. So what I'm going to do first, only because actually, do I have a top list window that's just floating on its own? No, I don't. So I'm just going to break this out. Okay, I'm going to turn it into a free floating window. Okay. So if you wanted to take this and turn it into an alert window, so this is the first thing you do. Right click, collaborate, and copy. Okay, so now you've copied this window. Now you can go new, alert window. Okay, you can start from scratch, load the settings, you say okay. Now it says you have selected no alerts. Do you want to return? Just say no, you don't want to return. So now you've got this very generic alert window. Okay. Now I'm going to right click, collaborate, and paste. Okay, so now the filters, basically what you're trying, it's just a time saver. So what I've done is I've been able to copy the filters that I'm using in here into this window. Now what you want to do is you want to get rid of this heartbeat, and now you want to have a trigger. Whatever your trigger is, you know, if you want to make it a new high or a new low or new 5-minute high, whatever that high, whatever it is. Okay, and then, so now that'll stop. So, did you get that? Or did I go too quickly? Basically, you're just taking your top list window, right click, collaborate, copy. Okay, and then you open a new alert window, start from scratch, load the settings, so now you've got nothing in there, say okay, and when it says do you want to return to the configure window, you say no, and again now you've got this very generic window, and then you just reverse it, right click, collaborate, paste. So all you've done now is just a time saver. So if you had a top list window, and you can do, and it's the reverse too. You could take an alert window and turn it into a top list window. It just saves you from having to, if you had, especially if you had a top list window or an alert window with a lot of filters in it, you know, and you don't want to just start from scratch. It just saves you that step of having to, you know, recreate everything from scratch. Something like this where I only had a couple of filters is not that big a deal. Yep, it works exactly the same way. From an alert window to a top list window. You just reverse the procedure. So you would start with your alert window and collaborate and copy, and then open a top list window, start from scratch. Okay? Let me get rid of this, driving me crazy. Yeah, keep an eye on the MULN, guys. This could have that little power hour run. You know, if it takes this out right here, this 112, 110 mark on some volume, you never know. Get some volume popping it through here. You could get traders interested in it again for a while anyway. You guys have been talking about DCFC. Haven't seen that one for a while. Yeah, we had that the crazy day about 3 weeks ago, I guess, when it got up to almost 20. And for whatever reason, it is starting to move again. Lots of volume coming in. And then on the way down, DXC. All right, guys. Let's see, what time is it? 2:58. Okay, so I'm just going to get my script together. All right, guys. So again, I'm going to shut it down now. So, and again, Chris will not be there at 3:30, between 3:30 and 4:30 in our YouTube room. So he had a previous engagement. So thanks a lot for all of the help today. Can't wait for tomorrow to see what sort of 10-day daily breakdowns again we have early on in the day. We're still in earnings season, 500 companies this week. So tomorrow being Wednesday, we'll still have probably Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday with a lot of action. So I'm just going to shut it down now. So have a great evening, everybody. And didn't copy. Oh, man. Okay. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. Bye-bye.